never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Joe Manchin's appearance with a third-party group is fueling speculation of a possible 2024 presidential run.
The Democratic senator from West Virginia appeared with Republican former Utah Governor Jon Huntsman at the event sponsored by the No Labels Group. No Labels says it wants to represent Americans who are tired of extremists in the Democratic and Republican parties. Democrats are growing increasingly concerned a possible third-party candidate will only help former President Trump. I'm Brian Shook.
Parents have a new weapon to protect their kids from RSV. The FDA's approved the injectable drug Beyfortus, a ready-made antibody that can bind to the virus and stop it from infecting cells. It's the first long-lasting drug for at-risk toddlers and infants susceptible to the respiratory illness. 2 whistleblowers are headed to Capitol Hill.
2 IRS whistleblowers alleging interference by the Justice Department in the criminal investigation of Hunter Biden are scheduled to testify at a House hearing this week. House Republicans organized the Wednesday hearing after IRS supervisory agent Gary Shapley made those allegations public. Both the lead U.S. attorney in Hunter Biden's case and Attorney General Merrick Garland have denied the claims. Hunter Biden reached a deal last month to plead guilty in the tax and gun case, accepting about 2 years of probation and enrolling in a diversion program. I'm John Schaefer.
The Georgia Supreme Court has dismissed former President Trump's bid to shut down an investigation into his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election results in that state. A new study shows Miami-Dade County in Florida has the nation's highest rate of Alzheimer's and dementia patients. Alzheimer's State Diversity Director Keith Gibson says
it just simply will open up the doors on how we can really help.
This is USA News.
Airlines have just reduced their prices even more. Book 30 days in advance and save big.
Want the absolute lowest prices on your airline tickets? Then call the Low-Cost Airlines Travel Hotline right now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. The only way to access our low rates and save up to 70% is to call. Save hundreds on your vacation tickets by calling right now. You can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
802-341-4541. 802-341-4541. 802-341-4541. That's 802-341-4541.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy slamming progressive Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal for her comment calling Israel a racist state.
This isn't the first person in the Democratic conference that has continued to make anti-Semitic comments.
While speaking to reporters, McCarthy cited previous comments from Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Michigan Representative Rashida Tlaib. Jayapal made the comment over the weekend while speaking with pro-Palestine protesters, but later walked back her claim and apologized. Meanwhile, President Biden's inviting Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu to meet in the U.S. for the first time since Netanyahu's return to power late last year. A newly approved drug can help protect kids from RSV. The FDA's okayed the use of the injectable drug Beyfortus for at-risk toddlers and infants susceptible to the respiratory illness. It's described as a ready-made antibody that can bind to the virus and stop it from infecting cells. RSV was part of last year's so-called triple-demic, which also included the flu and COVID. A new real-time data collection resource called the Earth Information Center is now online. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson says the data is meant for everyone.
The data ought to be more understandable. It ought to be more accessible. It ought to be more usable for everyone, everywhere.
He says that you'll be able to access data about climate, weather, and natural resource matters on our home planet. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Freshness made easy with Febreze Small Spaces.
Want continuous freshness that fights odors with no batteries and no outlets? Try Febreze Small Spaces. Ah, but what's a small space? To answer that, we brought in our lawyer.
Small spaces include but are not limited to bathrooms, closets, laundry room, kid room, pet corners, man cave, she sheds, most nooks, and all crannies.
There you go. Febreze Small Spaces is the world's most convenient. Febreze Small Spaces is super convenient and never stops freshening for 45 days.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That time once again. Yeah, already. And here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Sit back, relax as we will close out a Monday. And turn the page on the calendar. 18th day of July coming on. The big show coming your way, a full 5 hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, still a little bit of rain outside the secret bunker. Had some pretty decent storms rumbling through. Got to wake me up a little early this evening. About an hour before I would typically be getting up. A lot of wind, a lot of lightning. Now, where's our storms at this hour? Yeah, what we had pushing out through northern Kentucky, southern Indiana, the strongest storms just south of the Bloomington area. You do still have severe thunderstorm watches. They're in south central Indiana. On over into south central Ohio, right about the Ohio-West Virginia line. Torrential rains pushing through the Parkersburg area now. So as they roll into West Virginia, look, the heavy rain has now pretty much cleared the Columbus area, so it's going to be eastern Ohio, pushing on over into, again, West Virginia, Pennsylvania through the overnight hours. Other showers, nothing severe. Eastern Pennsylvania on up through parts of New York tonight. That's more rain that's going to be headed into the northeast, where they don't really need any more rainfall. Yeah, update on the two missing toddlers. Yeah, they're caught up in the flash flooding in Pennsylvania over the weekend. But all right, we had a rain-delayed NASCAR race that went off without a hitch, right on schedule this past day at the noon hour Eastern time. Martin Truex Jr. dominates at New Hampshire, winning his third race of the season, 2023, and he takes home the iconic Lobster Trophy there in New Hampshire. So Truex with the win, Joey Logano finishing second. It was Kyle Larson third, and a pretty good race there. A little post-race tension as well. Little confrontation between a couple drivers there. But, so again, beautiful weather for the Monday for the rain-delayed New Hampshire race. But indeed, there is more rain headed that direction. Let's start off with a look at our travelers' weather. Storms just packed with moisture progressing from the Midwest to the Atlantic coast. And forecasters continue to stress the risk for life-threatening and damaging flash flooding will continue this week. I mean, just over the weekend, we had widespread rainfall, 1 to 4 inches. Some areas picking between 6 and 8 inches of rainfall in a matter of hours that triggered rapid rises on some of the smaller streams, stretching from Virginia all the way up into Maine. In some cases, streams spilling over the roadways. Water rose across low-lying roadways in a matter of minutes in some cases. And the death toll, at least 5 lost their lives Saturday evening as those rapidly rising waters swept vehicles away in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the southeastern part of the state. In many cases, parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England have received 2 to 3 months worth of rain for the summer season in just the past week here. In those areas, much of that fell in just 1 or 2 days. During the first 16 days of July, for example, Hartford, Connecticut, has picked up nearly 8 inches of rainfall. That's like 4 times the normal historical average. Yet rainfall in the month of June was only about 60% of historical average. So you went from well behind to well ahead of where you would typically be. More rain is coming to the Northeast. There will be a bit more separation between the storms compared to what we saw last week. That separation may be enough to lower the risk for major river flooding, as it'll give the larger waterways a bit more time to absorb the rain and carry that surge of water downstream. Our next round of thunderstorms, though, capable of producing flooding, will target parts of the Midwest and the western slopes of the Appalachians on into the overnight hours tonight, prior to impacting the Mid-Atlantic and the New England coastal areas later in the day Tuesday. Now, these storms are going to be moving a bit faster than what we saw last weekend, so that should help mitigate the widespread flooding threat. But due to the saturated nature of the ground in many areas, some of these downpours could still trigger flash flooding a whole lot easier than it typically would. Well, after the downpours and the gusty thunderstorms move through the region Tuesday, looks like you'll get a much-needed break for Wednesday and maybe into Thursday there for the Mid-Atlantic and into New England. A more significant rain threat evolves over the Northeast late this week and early this upcoming weekend once again. Another large low-pressure area moves into the region, bringing an area of soaking rain and heavy thunderstorms once again. So the downpours increase from the Ohio Valley to the Central Appalachians starting Thursday. Pittsburgh to Charleston, West Virginia. Areas around Lake Erie and Lake Ontario could be impacted as well. Thunderstorms with this system should be moving at a much faster pace from Thursday to Saturday, again to limit a widespread flooding concern. Looks like the wettest weather will be from the daytime hours Friday into Friday evening along the Mid-Atlantic. In New England, heaviest rain mainly from late Friday into Saturday. Looks like the timing could hit motorists and air travelers pretty hard from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, on up through New York City and Boston. So be vigilant when you're traveling the secondary roads. Even seemingly shallow water can rapidly rise and wash out the roadway, which we've seen plenty of that in the last couple of weeks, right? All right, crews in suburban Philadelphia. That's the Bucks County and the suburbs of Philly. Monday intensified the search for the missing 9-month-old boy and his 2-year-old sister that were swept away over the weekend. The banks of the creek while they were driving to a barbecue with their family. Fire Chief Tim Brewer said Monday the effort would be a massive undertaking, that 100 search crew and numerous drones would be looking for the siblings along the creek that drains into the Delaware River in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. These are members of a Charleston, South Carolina family that were visiting relatives and friends when they got caught up in that flash flooding Saturday. As they tried to escape the floodwaters, Dad took his 4-year-old son, while the mother and the grandmother grabbed the 2 additional children. The father and son were miraculously able to get to safety. However, the grandmother, the mother, and the 2 children were swept away. The mother was one of those later found deceased. The grandmother actually survived, according to police. Again, the mother of the 2 children died. 4 other people perished in the flooding, but it's not clear who they were. Victims' names have not been released as of, this was about the noon hour this past day. But an already saturated Northeast did get a chance to dry out a bit on Monday. But as we just shared, more rain headed that direction as we continue through the new work week here. All right, quite a bit to cover. A lot of interesting industry headlines. The heat wave continues out west. Powerball, yeah. Believe it or not, there was no winner for Monday night's drawing. Powerball has officially already updated their website. Next drawing will be $1 billion with a B. $1 billion estimated jackpot. The cash value, $500 million, $516.8 million. All right, there were some $1 million winners and several $2 million winners this past evening. Obviously, a lot of smaller amounts, but the match 5 plus the power play, which would be worth a $2 million prize, sold one in Arkansas, one was sold in Georgia, and had one sold in Texas. So there's several $2 million winners. Those who did not do the power play, so it's $1 million. Got a winner in Connecticut, got a winner in Florida, one in Kentucky, one in New York, and one in Pennsylvania. So check those tickets, although there was no jackpot winner. Winning numbers, Monday evening's drawing a little over an hour ago. 5, 8, 9, 17, 41, and the Powerball, 21. So again, Wednesday will be the next drawing, a little over 46 hours from now at $1 billion. Wow. It's 844-844-3388. We'll check in with some of our listening friends just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who we got checking in out of the box here? Philly Dan on board. Happy Taco Tuesday, says Dan. Good morning, everybody. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Hello, Kevin. Morning to the overnight crew. Stay safe out there tonight. Debbie's checking in. There's Shorty. Hey, Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 77 degrees. It's Orlando. Turnaround number 1 for the new week. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 81 degrees in Fredonia, Kansas at this hour. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west for the Centennial State. Memo to Gilligan. After my stop at the Truckomat, my bumper looks like a mirror. I think you'd be proud. A special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Yellow Brick Road tonight. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Be safe. Rock Pick. Morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers. And, of course, the wise old night owls. Partly cloudy here in Rochester, New York. Happy Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. It's great to join you on the overnight drive. Everyone watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy. Miss Millie checks in briefly. Hello, everyone. We've got some thunderstorms here in Kentucky. Everybody be safe, be blessed. I'm going to turn in. I'll catch the podcast later today. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast but dry for now in Buchanan, Virginia at 69 degrees. Did you hear West Virginia lost another state trooper this past morning? The suspect is dead. I sent you the story. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, no, I did not catch that, so I'll pull up the email here momentarily. Wow. Gary, Double Diamond is the handle. Good morning, Steve. Double Diamond checking in. Let's see. Listen for my horn as I drive by the secret bunker before I cross that river on my way to Elizabethtown, Kentucky. All right, there. Well, I'll be listening. Stay safe, all the overnight drivers out there. 5-7, copy the mail. All right. Cookie checks in. Hi, Steve. It's Cookie, Green Township. All right, good to have everyone on board. Well, there was some evacuations. Local residents, businesses forced to evacuate Monday morning after a CSX Norfolk Southern freight train derailment in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. At least one car was transporting hazardous material, according to officials. 16 of the freight train's 40 total cars derailed right about the time we were closing out the program yesterday morning at 5 a.m. at the Plymouth meeting section. While evacuations were mandated for those located near the train derailment, officials indicated it's not likely further evacuations. All right, that was, of course, earlier in the day. No injuries from the incident, no hazards to the public. Of course, the preliminary report said that one car transporting hazardous material was involved. No indication of any leaks or spills of hazardous materials. Yeah, fire department responded, declared an evacuation. It was about a dozen homes, and that was just out of an abundance of caution. In an update provided later in the day, they said the only thing that was leaking from any of the rail cars involved was silicon pellets, which would pose no risk to the community. All right, so update there out of Pennsylvania. Hey, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Let's see. Gilligan says, correction. The state trooper was shot but survived. Okay. The suspect is dead. All right, I'm pulling up the story here from WVSP. Trooper headline says, trooper shot during a traffic stop. I guess Monday morning. Suspect in the shooting involved a West Virginia state trooper. Yeah, the suspect has died. About 7 p.m., Scott O'Brien was seen running from a wooded area near a church. Raleigh County. Troopers say O'Brien was still armed, did not obey commands to drop the weapon. Lethal force was used to stop him. He was pronounced dead at the scene. It was during a traffic stop Monday morning. Troopers say the suspect did fire one shot, hitting a West Virginia state trooper in the elbow. At that point, drove away from the scene, so I guess the update was here just a few hours ago. We're at about 7 o'clock this evening. So he'd been on the run pretty much all day long. All right, we'll get a news break coming up just ahead here as the heat wave continues out west. Yeah, temperatures may have actually peaked during the heat wave over the weekend, but it looks like temperatures only going to slip back a few degrees for most of this week. Temperatures still going to be running 5 to 10 degrees above the historical average, probably right on into next weekend. Salt Lake City, you hit 106 Sunday. So you were just 1 degree shy of your all-time high of 107, which that's been said on multiple occasions. But even when the sun goes down, those overnight temperatures well above historical average at night. Cities like Las Vegas and Phoenix, they're talking record high overnight temperatures. Could be threatened much of this week as well. I think it was Phoenix where, how many days has it been where overnight hasn't dropped below 90 degrees in quite some time. But, all right, so coming up, get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Trust your week's off to a good start. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is defending the Pentagon's policy to reimburse service members who travel out of state for abortions.
That is a foundational, sacred obligation of military leaders across the river.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the policy is critical as 1 in 5 members of the military are women. Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville has held up military promotions in protest of the policy. Iowa's new law that outlaws abortion once a heartbeat is detected is on hold. A judge has granted a request for a temporary injunction. Elton John's testifying in Kevin Spacey's defense at his criminal sexual assault trial in London. The legendary musician testified remotely and said Spacey attended only one of his annual galas, contradicting one of Spacey's alleged victims. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Gain presents a tale of longing and long-lasting scent. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Add Gain scent beads for an even longer-lasting scent.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. Feel free to do that. Lines available. Let's see. Horse Feathers checks in. Says, off this morning. Really? Something gets to do with a lazy night? Sleep at the home 20 like a real individual, huh? Like a normal person? All right, under the industry headlines, I can't blame them for trying, I guess, but many have tried, none have succeeded. Where individual drivers petition the FMCSA for an exemption from the hours of service regulations. We've had numerous such scenarios, but time and time again, request denied. The FMCSA's notice of denial scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, Tuesday. Truck driver John Ollier, and just like John, many of these cases, they make valid points. He made the request earlier this year, noting the fact that he operated safely under the COVID emergency declaration and other hours of service exemptions in recent years. He said the waivers actually allowed him substantial control over his schedule, leading to improved safety and personal health. He says, over the course of the last 3 years, I've operated under various emergency declarations for FEMA operations, COVID exemptions, and while hauling agricultural exempt commodities for my company. Under these conditions, I found that my time driving has been far less stressful and anxiety-inducing. I'm not rushed. I am able to run when I'm alert and sleep when I'm not. I no longer worry about situations like accidents, inclement weather events, or other disruptions to my schedule. I'm not working against the clock. I don't lose time sitting or have to recover lost drive time. I've seen my overall health improve. So he had petitioned the agency for a permanent personal exemption from many requirements of the hours of service. Specifically, he asked for exemptions from the 11, 14-hour rule and the 70-hour rules, as well as the mandatory break periods. From March of 2020 till October of last year, thousands of drivers, as we all know, were allowed to operate under the COVID emergency that allowed them to haul essential goods across the country without having to deal with those stringent hours of service regulations. Of course, according to the data that the FMCSA provided, they did say they were aware of only 2 crashes involving truck drivers operating under the waiver in that entire period, both of which were single vehicle crashes, and one of them was actually on private property. The agency has no information that suggests that past or existing emergency exemptions have in fact negatively impacted road safety. Now that was the word from the FMCSA. They wrote that back in December. So why they continue to push this stressful regulations on the drivers, I don't get it. But again, time and time again, those valid points are made to no avail. So you feel like you're sharing the road with some dangerous drivers out there? Well, yeah, you are. A new study shows where you're most likely to be sharing the roads with the most dangerous drivers. Study by Consumer Affairs Review took a look at crash data from the Department of Transportation, information included in the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration's Fatality Analysis Reporting System. The site then ranked cities based on 4 factors, which were crash fatalities per 100,000 people, the number of fatalities per 100,000 people due to bad driving, positive blood alcohol content, and speeding, bad driving, including driving the wrong way in one-way traffic, failure to yield, aggressive and careless driving, making an improper turn, inexperience operating, passing where prohibited, and improper or erratic lane changing. Only cities with populations of 100,000 or more were reviewed under this study. Cities with the worst drivers, according to the analysis, were scattered through states in the lower Midwest and into the Southeast, as well as in the Southwest. Tennessee actually had the most cities that appeared at the top 20, with 4 cities, including the worst ranked city. In fact, Tennessee had 34 deadly crashes per 100,000 people in 2021, which is a significant increase compared to the national average of 12 deadly crashes per 100,000. Topping out the list was Memphis, Tennessee. The majority of deadly crashes in Memphis were caused by bad driving. 203 deadly crashes in 2021, more than any other city. Tennessee's 3 other cities on the list were Knoxville, Clarksville, and Chattanooga. So take just a quick rundown, the top 10 worst cities. The top 10 cities with the worst drivers, according to this analysis. Let's see, Rockford, Illinois, Hesperia, California, Detroit, Michigan, and Victorville, California were tied there. Number 6, Cleveland, Ohio, followed by St. Louis, Missouri, kicking off the top 5. Macon, Georgia, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Baton Rouge, Louisiana at number 2, and Memphis, Tennessee. Wasn't all bad. They also ranked the cities with the safest drivers, which were largely in Texas and California. Topping out the list, though, was actually Green Bay, Wisconsin, a state that's often ranked as having some of the worst roads in the country. But again, according to Consumer Affairs, 10 cities with the safest drivers, so they say. Henderson, Nevada, College Station, Texas, Pearland, Texas, Glendale, California, Lynn, Massachusetts at number 6, McKinney, Texas at number 5, Bellevue, Washington, Oxnard, California at number 3. Cary, North Carolina at number 2. And best or safest drivers, that would be Green Bay, Wisconsin. So says the survey. Well, it's going on. Gilligan, got your new week started?
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, driving down 220, my normal gig. Hey, did I hear you say Horse Feathers? He was off tonight?
That is
Horse
correct.
Feathers was... Yeah, I thought he was off every night. Oh, you mean off work.
Off
Never
work,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry I misreported on that first one. That's what I was first told. I didn't really read the story, but I talked to my daughter, Volt, that works as a dispatcher, and I stopped and reread the story and realized the trooper had just been shot in the elbow, but the suspect is dead. He was a trial, they went to arrest him. That area is in Raleigh County, West Virginia. Those of you that are familiar with I-77 through West Virginia, that's exit 42, so it's fairly close to the West Virginia line. If I'm not mistaken, that's not far out of Beckley, West Virginia. I haven't been in that neck of 77 in a long time, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty close. It's not far south of Beckley. In fact, I only think it's a couple miles. Yeah. By the way, I just went by a sign up here. Oh, wait a minute, I need to add something on that. My daughter also told me the state trooper that was shot just got out of the academy. She has not been far out of the academy.
Wow.
So she's a very, very new trooper. Yeah, I needed to add that. Sorry about that. Steve, I just passed a sign here in Roanoke. I guess nobody hit the Powerball one night tonight, so it's up to $1 billion.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I know I could make a lot of people happy with a $1 billion Powerball ticket. What do you think?
You think?
Especially me and my family, close friends. He was talking about the unsafe drivers. I had 2 good ones last week. You get this every once in a while. But, well, one morning I was going up, got up to an exit ramp, truck coming down the ramp. I moved over to let him on, and sure enough, I almost got around him. He sped up and passed me on the right. Meanwhile, he's blowing the horn and telling me I'm number 1. You're like, all I did was move over and let you on. You could at least let me have the lane back. I know I drive a slow truck, but show a little bit of courtesy, right?
Right.
Then the next morning, had another guy passing me on the shoulder. Don't you love that? In a big hurry. I can honestly say it's getting pretty bad out here. 24 years I've been on this road. I remember years ago, I can't remember seeing somebody pass on the shoulder. I've had 3 or 4 instances of it in the last year or 2. It's getting crazy. I haven't run across a runway driver in about 5 years, a roadway driver in about 5 years, but I've been seeing people pass on the shoulder here lately. I don't think I'd say one's just about as dangerous as the other. I don't get it. I was listening to replay from last night's show. You brought up the first presidential debates, what, August? You say that?
Yeah, just like 6 weeks away.
Yeah. Well, Steve, the primaries start in January. It's only a few months before the primaries. Now, remember, 2024 is less than 6 months away.
Sure.
First primary, if I'm not mistaken, if I read it right, is January 15th of 2024. It's coming quicker than you realize. There's definitely something wrong in today's political arena. To me, like you said, these presidential candidates are offering Visa gift cards if you just give to their campaign.
Yep.
That don't jive with me. Obviously, I don't get it. And how they think they're going to win anyway, when their numbers are below 1% for that matter. But I guess if you're rich enough, you think you can buy about anything.
I mean, they're actually essentially they're buying donors to their campaign. I mean, because it said if you give if an individual gave $1, anything more than $1, you'll get a $20 gift card. So it's buying donations.
Yeah, I thought about sending them $1 myself. Heck,
So what the hell?
I used a $20 gift card.
Right.
Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve. I thank you for taking the call. Hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Safe travels there. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here, about 10 before the hour. Hello, Pappy. 63, Harrison, Ohio. Little drizzle, light rain off and on through the night. Hammer down, all you nocturnal listeners. Be safe out there. Hello, Todd. Hello from the home 20, Barry, Kentucky. Heavy rain, a lot of thunder and lightning, and some high winds tonight. Everybody have a great night. Be safe out there. Jeffrey chimes in. Good morning, Steve. Work your magic. Entertain and inform. Too much pain. All right. All right. Hope you feel better soon there. We'll see what we can do about keeping you informed and entertained, though. Brain Dead. Hey there.
Hey, Steve. How was your weekend?
Well, short and sweet, but yeah, it was a good weekend.
Yeah, it was nice because, see, Monday was my birthday, but I slid my off day because we have to take off for our birthday and our company anniversary. So I slid it to Friday night and spent that with Dingbat.
Oh.
That was interesting. But other than that, did you see the memo that I emailed you from Central States?
Indeed, I did. And I guess, am I free to share that with the audience, or?
I don't care.
Okay. I found it rather interesting. So what's going to happen? What does that actually mean? They got to pay up, right?
Got to pay up, yes. Well, what me and Steve are saying is that we're releasing news to you, the listeners, before Freight Waves will even, or what's that magazine, Landline Magazine, even remotely picks up on it. We got, I saw this memo today on one of the Facebook groups I'm in, and it is official. Steve can verify this. As of July 23rd, we have no health insurance in the Central States. Now, Western states, Eastern states, y'all are okay. It's just us in the Central states. We have no health insurance as of July 23rd because this company has not paid anything for our health insurance. And the trustee said, sorry, we want money. If I remember reading it right, because I just skimmed it earlier.
Right.
So I don't know what that says, Steve, but to me, the writing on the wall says it's time to, exit stage left. But
right.
Everybody swears up and down, well, it's just part of the contract. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yes, the contract. I don't remember in 2019 this amount of bull crap going on between the union and the company.
Yeah.
And I mean,
let me go ahead and share it so the audience isn't in the dark. And it's dated July 17. So yesterday, Monday, July 17 of 2023, from Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien and General Secretary Treasurer Fred Zuckerman. And it's to the Teamster local unions with YRC Freight and Holland operations that are covered by Central States health and welfare and pension funds. RE, urgent, immediate attention required, contribution delinquency. We have received the enclosed letter advising that YRC Incorporated, i.e. YRC Freight and Holland, have failed to make their contractually required contributions for the month of June 23. They are therefore delinquent to the Central States Health and Welfare Fund and the Central States Pension Fund. Central States Fund's notice provides that unless cured, the employees' health and welfare benefits care will be suspended on Sunday, July 23rd of 23. Any health care claims incurred on or after that date will not be paid unless the participant exercises his or her option to timely remit self-payments. With respect to the Central States Pension Fund, unless the delinquencies are cured, the employees' pension accruals will also cease as of July 23rd, 2023. Article 8, Section B of the National Master Freight Agreement provides, in the event of an employer is delinquent in its health and welfare or pension payments in the manner required by the applicable supplemental agreement, the local union shall have the right to take whatever action is deemed necessary until such delinquent payments are made. The local union shall give the employer a 72-hour notice, excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, prior written notice of the local union's authorization of strike action, which notice shall specify the failure to make health and welfare or pension payments, providing the basis for such strike authorization. Now, it says here, each local union should immediately confirm that they have received the delinquency notice from the fund offices. Additionally, attached is a draft notice for the local unions to immediately, in big bold print, complete and send to YRC Freight and Holland, advising them of their delinquencies to the funds, demanding they cure such delinquency by no later than the close of business Friday, July 21, or risk a work stoppage any time on or after July 24 of 2023. It is imperative that the notice be sent immediately. So, I mean, does it sound like, are they saying that, workers are going to stop, stop driving or go on strike as of Monday if it's not rectified. Let me put you back in queue there, Brain Dead. But yeah, that's he forwarded that to me, and he said, you're not going to hear this on the news, not just yet. So I don't fully understand. I know that we know that they've talked about running out of money, but they haven't made the payments. So is the handwriting on the wall? I mean, that means, essentially brain dead, heat wave, and, all of those yellow, those in the Central States Fund will not have health care as of, I guess, next Sunday. So pause there, and they'll come back, pick up right where we left off after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Millions across the U.S. are dealing with record-breaking heat and smoke pollution from Canada. Forecasters warn the severe heat wave is likely to continue from California through the Deep South. Meanwhile, smoke from Canadian wildfires is once again hitting the U.S. Russia is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could impact global food supplies. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the Biden administration is condemning Russia's decision,
which will exacerbate food scarcity and harm millions of vulnerable people around the world.
Ukrainian President Zelensky is not backing down and insists he will continue to ship grain from Ukrainian ports. The two IRS whistleblowers who claim the Justice Department interfered with the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden will testify at a House hearing this week.
House Republicans set the Wednesday hearing after one of the whistleblowers, IRS supervisory agent Gary Shapley, went public with the allegations. The lead U.S. attorney in the Hunter Biden case and Attorney General Merrick Garland have denied the allegations. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Federal Reserve eyeing another interest rate hike in September. Raising interest rates thought to be the best way to combat inflation. But it also makes it more expensive to make purchases on credit or to get loans. Correspondent John Schaefer.
A new real-time data collection resource called the Earth Information Center is now online.
You're going to see real-time information that is being beamed to the Earth from dozens of spacecraft about a particular issue, and then you will see the hyperwall change, and it will give you additional data from other assets in space.
NASA head Bill Nelson says you'll be able to access data about climate, weather, and natural resource matters on our home planet. You can check it out at gis.earthdata.nasa.gov.
This is USA News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot for Vertical Research Advisory. For more than 30 years, Kip Herridge has been a leader in the financial industry, taking 7 companies public and raising hundreds of millions of dollars for great American companies. In 2003, Kip founded the VRA, his global investment and economic newsletter. His top-performing recommendations have beaten the market 16 out of 19 years. I've known Kip for more than 20 years, and I've seen his incredible results firsthand. He's the Nostradamus of the stock market. Let Kip prove to you how his VRA system works. Exclusively for my fans, Kip is offering his VRA membership completely free for 2 weeks. You'll get his new best-selling book, The Big Bribe, for free as well. Join now at VRAinsider.com. Get your free 2-week membership at VRAinsider.com, the place where patriots go for their investment advice. Isn't it time that you became the smart money and learned how to crush the markets? Join now at VRAinsider.com, VRAinsider.com.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's calling out progressive Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal for her comment calling Israel a racist state. She made the remark while speaking with pro-Palestine protesters over the weekend. Speaker McCarthy cited previous comments from other Democrats, including Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar.
She equated the U.S. military and Israel security forces with Hamas and the Taliban. She said support for Israel is all about the Benjamins.
This comes as Israeli President Isaac Herzog is scheduled to deliver remarks before a joint meeting of Congress on Wednesday. President Biden has also reportedly invited Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to a meeting in the U.S. for the first time since Netanyahu reassumed power in Israel. New York State Police are revealing their investigator was the one who identified Rex Heuermann as a suspect in the Gilgo Beach murders.
Major Stephen Udis says the investigator was relieved of all other duties and assigned to solely work on the Gilgo Beach case in February of 2022, before first identifying Heuermann as a suspect the following month.
The task force worked as a team to move forward with that information and their investigation.
Heuermann's charged with 3 murders and is the prime suspect in a 4th, Udis refusing to say how he was identified.
So I don't want to give any other bad actors a tip.
Heuermann was arrested at his Manhattan office last week, and investigators have been searching his Massapequa Park home and storage unit for days. I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back here on a Tuesday morning. Closing out the greatest day of the week. All right, 18th day of July coming on. Yeah, let me get back to Brain Dead after sharing the notice that went out, the memorandum that went out this past day. So again, I've mentioned Heat Wave. Now, he's out there in Albuquerque, so he's probably, would he be in the Western Fund, so he won't be impacted?
Yes. Heat Wave's okay. The Western Conference is fully funded, shelf stable. You know, they're okay. The Eastern Conference, hey, they're okay. They're fully funded. It's just Central States. I mean, everybody I talk to about this, I tell them that there's financial problems, and I would start sharpening that resume to leave. They go, oh well, it's just contract time. Don't worry about it. No, it's not, because I was around here in 2019, and I don't remember any of this kind of crap happening in 2019. But we also had a different president CEO versus what we got. We had different union leadership than what we got now. Granted, I give you that. But there still wasn't any sign of financial insecurity. And the job market, Steve, is so tight right now, it's not even funny. I mean, I called a lady friend of mine today. She is a manager of a driver temp service in town, one of the big ones nationwide. And she's having to let people go because she has no work. She's been told to lay people off. She can't get any work for them. I mean, anything even remotely decent. And they have a set threshold right now. I mean, it's that tight. But see, now let's throw the fact in there that I worked for Yellow and even a union company. And now I mean, like I said, I might as well have multiple felonies on my record. I mean, it's like I've got 24 years experience, 5 years in LTL. I could pretty much do anything you need me to do and then some. I mean, I had an interview last week with a guy, one of the big names. I'm not going to name any names. But I told him, I said, look, I'm trying to run away faster than a speeding bullet. I mean, I'm looking for a job. I don't care if it's sweeping the parking lots out here. I'm willing to do anything it takes to get away from these people. And he asked me why. I said, well, number one is the financial insecurity. Number two, and 90% of the problem is the a-hole terminal manager that we got. I mean, I've got enough issues with him as it is. But that's the two issues that I've got.
So
and everybody says, well, go ahead.
I was going to say, so technically, I get they could, if they can pony up the cash by like Friday, because you don't do business on Saturday and Sunday, banking wise. They could, I guess, they could make things solvent, prior to the weekend rolling around. But question is how much. What is the contribution payment? Because they've been talking about possibly running out of cash by July, right? And this is for the June payment, actually, June of 2023. So you've got that Google machine in front of you. Wasn't it last year or 2 years ago or somewhere in that time frame where they skipped a payment that was $50 million? And then when they got that $700 million loan, they made that payment back to the fund. I can't remember the amount or when it was, but it's been within the last couple of years. So if, and I'm throwing the dart at the dartboard, if I'm thinking right, it's probably about the same amount. Wow.
So, but yeah, I'm just, like I said, Steve, I'm trying to get out of here. But you had that survey that said, what was it? Memphis was the number one worst drivers in the country.
Yes, correct. Yes, a dubious distinction.
And this is a shock. How? This should be like no shock. I mean, now if you said that Winchester, Virginia had the worst drivers, that would be a shock because I know Gilligan's about one of the worst they got over there at Avery. I mean, at this unnamed company over at GMAB Enterprises, but still, I mean, Memphis, that's a no-brainer, no shot, Steve. But I'm gonna get out of here and go roll to the Rock. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thanks for sharing the news. All right, for those who've been kind of following the World Series of Poker, I've been kind of tuning in here and there to some. They've been whittling down this field for weeks now. And Monday it kicked off that final day of the WSOP. There were three guys still in the mix. And I guess it was a pretty short order after a much shorter than anticipated final day of the World Series of Poker main event World Championship. Georgia's Daniel Weinman walked away $12,100,000 richer after claiming the title of World Poker Championship. The 35-year-old in the record-breaking main event There were 10,043 players vying for a prize pool, $93,399,000 and some change. Nothing short of spectacular, as he was 2 cards away from falling on day 8 before hitting a 2-outer in what will go down as one of the most pivotal suck-outs in poker history. Do you know your poker terms? I have no idea what a suck-out is. After 16 years of grinding the World Series and only cashing the main event once, Weinman had little hope of winning when he registered for the $10,000 buy-in poker championship after taking a break midway through the series. He said, I was honestly on the fence about even coming back and playing this tournament. It took just 164 hands at the final table for Weinman to secure the victory, making for the shortest main event final table in recent memory. Day 10 was the quickest so far, clocking it under 3 hours after the elimination of Adam Walton in third place for $4 million, and a brief heads-up battle between Weinman and Stephen Jones, the real estate investor from Arizona, whose poker hobby now brings him $6,500,000. So, I mean, I don't... Just being in the money, not too bad. I mean, on down the line, finishing 4th place, got you $3 million, all the way down to 9th place, $900,000. So, hey, congratulations, but you start with over 10,000 players, and one by one, eliminate down to that final table. Pretty exciting stuff. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so if you recall, just a few weeks ago, FreightWaves carried the story where Yellow was asking to defer those health and welfare contributions as well as the pension contribution payments for the next 2 months. Let's see, going back to, this was the report from June 21st. which showed the chief financial officer was asking for a deferral for planned contributions for the months of July and August. The company said it would repay the delayed contributions with interest once it would be able to refinance its outstanding debt. As a consequence of the inability to proceed with One Yellow, which that's the whole stickling point with the Teamsters, combined with the challenging business conditions confronting the entire LTL industry, the company's been operating at a loss and rapidly exhausting liquidity. A spokesperson from Yellow told FreightWaves that the company has taken other actions to preserve liquidity and that the deferral it's seeking would not interrupt employee benefits. So that's what they said at the time. Now, this particular notice says they had not made the contribution for the month of June. Yeah, not July and August. How do you get, the ability to refinance the outstanding debt? I guess that's the big problem. They said none of the banks are going to want to work with them to do such a thing unless they can come to some sort of terms about proceeding with the overall big plan for One Yellow. So there you go. That's about all I could break it down for you there. 5-7.
And those that were complaining about brain dead and heat wave, talking about their company, long before it hit the fan in the news. And guess what? If you were listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, hey, none of this stuff is a surprise. We're already up on it. And prayers for those young men. I mean, if they shut down Central State and go on strike, and the freight's going to come out of California, even if say heat wave, they don't. All that stuff coming out of California is going to pile up in the yard and hit, until they get that worked out. And I guess on the East Coast, wherever they're going, it's going to pile up. So that shuts down the whole system there. I just sort of scratched my head in something that Knuckle Buster said yesterday. He said, because before he was saying that his daughter told him because she was a nurse. Well, I've got medical nurses and all like that in my family. And I wasn't going to take the COVID shot for nothing. It's too experimental. But once he said something, and he challenged me. I mean, if my choice was don't take the shot and don't get to see my grandkids, that's probably the job situation. I was nervous about it, but nowhere did they have any. We didn't even have to wear a mask going in and out of these mills on the job or anything, because you're not around anybody. You're working with machinery and computers, so you have no human contact. But if I would have a hard time, I have great compassion that he had to make that choice, whether he could see his grandkids or not. And I'm right there with him. I think that would have put me to that point. I don't know how long I could have gone without seeing my babies,
Right.
So, here. Chris brought that up. It was on the show last night, and what they're buying boats. That irritated me to no end. I mean, we're going to do it and then deal with the consequences later. Isn't that what we got in there right now? I'm sorry, that was just a hideous thing for them to say. But I always heard it was illegal to buy boats. So
but they're not. They're not buying votes. They're buying donors. They've got to have 40,000 individual donors to be able to participate on the debate stage. So that it's a little difference in buying a donor. Somebody, please send us $1. Send me $1, and I'll send you a $20 gift card. That's nuts.
Yeah, that's our government. That's people in our government. Just that thought right there. Why would you want anybody in office that has that kind of mindset? You give me $1, I give you 20. No, we got that in there right now. We don't need that no more. Here's a question. I get it. Where are the lawyers? I mean, are there any lawsuits out there going after these companies where the COVID, they lost their jobs, they lost their ability, they were personally damaged? You had all them nurses get kicked out, got kicked out of their job all over the country. Is there any lawsuits? Have you heard of anything? Question.
I'm not aware of. I'm sure there would be some suits that were filed trying to get reinstate and back pay and that kind of stuff, but I'd have to do a little research.
That's the only thing that's going to keep this from happening again, if there's a price to pay. And just because the government tells you that, and it doesn't match up with the Constitution, I'm sorry, I guess if you declare martial law, you can do this stuff. But I don't know, even that. But it irks me. Has anybody done anything about the state troopers sent by the governor in Kentucky and was writing down the licenses of people sitting in their car listening to a minister? Grandpa and Grandpa sitting in their old Cadillac looking at their grandkids parked next to them in that Toyota might have been the whole highlight in faith and in community. Just in there, you got the state sending troopers down there taking down license. And has any of those troopers been questioned about what's constitutional about free assembly, and where was the Constitution dismissed?
Mm-hmm.
So there's just still a whole lot. We're over here arguing about this, and we got time about arguing about this coming up. But I'm still looking back, and as long as nobody's doing about what have the misgivings and the crimes happening in the past, it could happen again. So that's that's my rant for this morning. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the trip back down to Savannah. And other than that, enjoy the Steve Summers overnight.
All right. Safe travels out there. Yeah, I did a quick search, and Gotham, all right? That's New York. So just some of the headlines. Sanitation Workers Union to sue for back pay. A union lawsuit would demand back pay for workers who lost their jobs at the sanitation department after refusing the vaccine. The Seattle Times. Washington, I guess the state of Washington, faces a spat of lawsuits from former state workers who say they were fired illegally for refusing the COVID vaccines. That was from just last month there in the Seattle Times, May of 2023. I guess that's out of Providence. Barrington schools settle with teachers fired over COVID. Teachers will all receive a $33,333 settlement, plus as much as $150,000 in back pay. That's just the headline from So, all around the country, there are those sort of suits that have been filed. I mean, how many hundreds of thousands of people technically, lost their jobs over that crap. All right, what do we have? Clear lines here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. It's 844-844-3388 as we continue to witness the heat wave out west. Of course, the Canadian wildfire season continues at a record-setting pace. It's been a much different story in the western U.S. through the spring and here early summer. Forecasters warn this could be the calm before the storm, as a significant shift in the weather pattern unfolds here in the second half of July. The unusually quiet start to the wildfire season out west can be traced back to the onslaught of winter storms. Remember, we talked about the atmospheric rivers from December through March that washed away short-term drought concerns, unloaded hundreds of inches of snow in the mountains, and much of that snow was actually still melting away. The epic amounts of rain and snow over the winter helped to create an abundance of lush vegetation. and a delay to the onset of the wildfire season. Forecasters now tell us that fire risk is going to increase in the coming days and weeks with the record-challenging heat that's made several appearances across Texas. This latest heat dome expanding to encompass most of the Southwest. Now, the hot, sunny weather is drying out that fuel, setting the stage for fires to ignite. Highest wildfire threat through Sunday is expected across Arizona and New Mexico. Blazes could also break out in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, California, Nevada, Utah, and Texas, as well as Colorado. As of Friday, about 750,000 acres had burned across the U.S. so far this year, which is only about a quarter of the historical average through July the 14th. So a very slow start to the season. The slowest, as a matter of fact, since 2014. Now, it's a stark contrast to just last year. In 2022, over 5.1 million acres had burned by July 14th out west. So all that moisture did, worked wonders for slowing the start of the wildfire season. But that moisture in the ground is being rapidly depleted with these hot, blistering conditions out west. And this is also the time of year you usually talk about the monsoon season. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging the Senate to confirm more than 60 State Department nominees who've been blocked by a handful of Republicans.
These delays are undermining our national security, and they're weakening our ability to deliver for the American people.
He said nominees are being blocked for leverage on unrelated issues, calling it irresponsible. Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is revealing a list of Supreme Court appointments if he's elected president. The list of candidates includes Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Utah Senator Mike Lee. Ramaswamy said the list includes candidates with an originalist understanding of the Constitution. John Schaefer, USA News.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Bixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, in the state of Georgia. Well, not good news for some drivers there. Georgia-based trucking company, which reported a significant drop in revenue this year compared to the previous 2 years, filed for bankruptcy liquidation on Friday. Big J Express, headquartered in Norcross, Georgia, filed its petition in the bankruptcy court, Northern District of Georgia. Company obtained its operating authority in 2014, had 37 drivers, the same number of power units, hauled general freight. The company's insurance slated to be canceled August 4th, according to the FMCSA. In its petition, Big J posted gross revenues of about $1.5 million from January 1 till the filing date on the 14th here. A substantial drop compared to its revenues of $6.1 million last year and nearly $5.6 million in 2021. Now, they listed assets and liabilities as between $1 and $10 million. The shuttered company stated it has up to 49 creditors and maintains no funds will be available for unsecured creditors once it pays administrative fees. Let's see. Among Big J Express top 20 secured creditors, Volvo Finance Services of Mobile owed more than $2 million for 7 2022 and 23 Volvo tractors. Amir Equipment Finance out of Nebraska owed nearly $1.1 million for 5 2022 Wabash National trailers. And TF Group, doing business as Tracor Financial out of California, owed more than $800,000 for 4 22 Wabash National trailers. Big J Express trucks had been inspected 47 times, 17 had been placed out of service in a 24-month period. That's a 36.2% out of service rate. That's higher than the industry's national average of nearly 22.3%. If drivers had been inspected 86 times and 17 had been placed out of service in a 24-month period, resulting in a nearly 20% out of service rate. That's much higher than the national average of just 6.7%. They also received a loan from the U.S. Small Business Administration in Fort Worth, Texas, for an unknown amount back in March, according to the bankruptcy petition. During the COVID pandemic, they received 2 loans amounting to nearly $910,000 of the COVID relief funds through the Paycheck Protection Program. All right, so 37 drivers looking for work out there. All right, clear lines at 844-3388. All right, so the 4th of July behind us, right? But one truck stop chain turns its attention to the next major holiday on the calendar. National Hot Dog Day. Major holiday, really. This year, the annual celebration of the country's favorite tube meat falls on Wednesday, this Wednesday the 19th. On that day, Love's Travel Centers is offering customers a free hot dog or roller grill item through a partnership with Schwab Meat Company. The Oklahoma City-based chain of truck stops says they'll extend the offer at participating locations in 42 states around the country. Our customers are always moving and love food options that are perfect for on the go. Vice President of Food Service for Love's, giving out free items on National Hot Dog Day, just a way for us to thank our loyal customers and encourage them to try something new. To claim your free hot dog or roller item, customers will need to use the Love's Connect app from 12:01 a.m. to 11:59 p.m., again on Wednesday, where you can find the barcode for the freebie. Roller grill selection includes Schwab's finest hot dogs, Tornadoes, Roller Bites, with a selection of toppings available. Now, the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council, there is such a thing. They don't want hot dogs to be just designated on one day. They designate the entire month of July as National Hot Dog Month. I don't know about the idea of sucking down nitrate-filled tube steak for the entire month, but yeah, maybe on Wednesday, so. National Hot Dog Day, Wednesday. On to other industry headlines. Well, when you're going to visit another country, it's kind of important to know what the rules, the regulations, the laws of the land. It's different in other parts of the world, especially when it comes to the likes of some of these Muslim countries. A truck driver and social media personality, followed by hundreds of thousands, reportedly being held in the United Arab Emirates for, believe it or not, screaming at another person in public. Can't do that. 29-year-old Tierra Allen, better known as the Sassy Trucker, has more than 182,000 followers on TikTok and a large following on both Instagram and Facebook social media. Been driving trucks since 2017, specializes in auto hauling. According to the Fox News outlet in Houston, Texas, about 2 months ago, she was vacationing in Dubai. She was riding as a passenger in a rental car that was involved in an accident. Following the collision, she attempted to retrieve her ID, credit card, and other items left behind with the vehicle from the rental car company. Now, her mother says she was asked to pay a sum of money to get her items back, which resulted in an altercation with a male rental car worker, during which she allegedly screamed in a public area. And it was caught on surveillance video. Now, according to her mom, she's being charged related to screaming in public, which is not allowed, and she's not allowed to leave the United Arab Emirates. She's been detained in the country since the crash, with her passport being held by authorities pending a court date. Now, they say she does have legal representation in Dubai, but she may face jail time on this charge. In the United Arab Emirates, there are strict morality laws, and things like swearing or even making an obscene gesture can get you jail time. I guess you don't flip anyone the bird there in Dubai, right? Got to know the rules. All right, 844-844-3388. See what's happening with Eagle this morning. Hey there, Eagle.
Yeah, that was one of the stories I was going to talk about, Steve, was what you was just talking about. Reason why I wanted to talk about her is because she comes from Houston, Texas, where I used to live at. And, in Texas, I don't live there no more, but she's from Houston area.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what that's what I've been talking to you about, Steve, for the last couple of months, is the discipline, non-discipline that American people have. And then when you go to other countries, you think that you can behave the same way.
Right.
And it doesn't work like that. Like I said, you took the story right out of my mouth. That was one of the things I was going to talk about, is what you just talked about. But this woman here, Steve, this is a problem that we have in the the black community, because most black women are raising kids in a one-family home with no father figure. So the black woman has to act like the man and the woman. And you find that in a lot of black women now in the U.S., they have the attitude of a man. They don't have feminine tendencies. And that's part of the reason why a lot of black relationships don't last, Steve. It's not that the black men just want to run off and, get the woman pregnant and move on. A lot of the women force the man out because they want to control the whole show. And it was, like I said, Steve, it wasn't like that. I was raised up in an old-fashioned home. My mother was a beautiful woman. She's no longer here. She died. But my mother, I can never recall her using foul language or acting in an unladylike manner, unlike the women nowadays. And these women now, they don't conduct themselves like ladies. And in other countries, whether you think is right or whether people think is right or is wrong, that type of behavior is not going to be tolerated. Yelling and screaming, cussing and using foul language. That's not going to be tolerated in some countries, especially Muslim countries like Dubai, where women are treated as second-class citizens. And no woman should be treated as a second-class citizen, but that's the way they treat women there. And when you go there, you have to understand that. Don't go. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can't respect those rules.
And and when you say they're treated like second-class citizens, especially a woman yelling at a man, that doesn't go over well there at all.
What I'm trying to say, I understand you can get away with that in the United States, but you're no longer in the United States. You're in a Muslim country. A lot of those women have to wear a hijab. They can't even show no part of the skin on their body. Like I say, if she makes it back to the U.S., she'll be very lucky. I'll be shocked if she ever steps back. Joe Biden or the United States government may have to get involved in the situation for her to ever step foot on American soil again, because she committed a serious crime. Like I said, she might not ever see the U.S. again. Now, let's get on with this other serious situation, Steve, because it's getting more dangerous by the day. And Vladimir Putin, I believe that, like I say, I don't think he's going to use nuclear weapons, but he is definitely going to retaliate for this bridge collapse that Ukraine or whoever did it blew up the bridge. And Vladimir Putin is not very happy about it. And you could bet your last dollar that some people are going to lose their lives in the next couple of days, because Vladimir, he's planning for it right now. So things could get real in the next couple of days, very bad as it is. And we'll see what Putin does Like I said, like I've been telling you for months, Steve, if Putin was going to use nuclear weapons, he'd already used them. He knows what the end cause is. Vladimir, like I told you months ago, there's a difference between being crazy and stupid. Vladimir Putin is crazy. He's not stupid. He knows what happens if you release a nuclear weapon. He'll destroy the U.S. We'll destroy him, and nobody will be here unless you in a bunker or something. A bunker. That's about the only people that's going to survive. So Vladimir, he knows not to make that move. But like I said before, Steve, this situation needs to be ended. The problem I have with Vladimir Putin is, Steve, is this guy here. He seems to get upset when some of his people get killed. I talked to you about this a couple of months ago. Who told Vladimir Putin that he could kill other people, but you can't kill his people? In a war, that's what a war is all about, Steve. Each side loses people. For some reason, Vladimir Putin thinks that he's the only one that can kill people. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, war is an ugly thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what Putin has to realize, he's the one that made the move. He's the one that made the move to put his people into Ukraine. He could have avoided all of this if he wouldn't have moved his people in and left Ukraine alone like it's been made to start this war. And he's looking like he might be the only one that can stop it at this point. If he was smart about the deal, he would go ahead on and realize that this is an endless war with Ukraine as long as they're getting help from the U.S. See, here's what Vladimir, like I told you months ago, here's what Vladimir Putin had to figure out in the whole deal when it got started. He didn't realize the role because anybody knows Vladimir Putin would have already overtook Ukraine if it wasn't for the money and the military equipment being supplied to the Ukrainian government. And you best believe Vladimir is not happy about it because, like I said, the United States is prolonging this war. And I think you talked about this the other night, Steve. Joe Biden has called up. Those people are going to be headed over to Ukraine. War, whether Biden says so or not, and American lives are going to start. We're going to start losing American lives in a war that we have no business being in, that we have no business belonging in. And like I said, Donald Trump, he didn't when he said the other day that he could have ended the war. In one day if he gets in the White House. Hopefully that's true because he does have a relationship with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky. So hopefully this thing can end without more lives being lost. But like I say, the United States, this could turn into another Vietnam or Afghanistan if the United States is not careful. And in the long run, everybody's going to lose out. So hopefully people make the right move. We already know what Joe Biden's all about. We already know that he's not going to make the right move. So all we can do is try to wait out the whole deal for another year and a half, and hopefully he'll disappear from the White House, and we'll get a real president in there who knows how to run the country and how to eliminate these wars and get the situation ratified. And maybe we can, because we're spending unnecessary money. We got people here in the United States that's living on the street. As a matter of fact, before I hang up with you, Steve, as I travel around the country, it's just disgusting and sickening the amount of homeless people that I see living on the streets of America. It's, I'm getting to some of these stateless cities. I hate to even pull up to a red light or a stop sign because there's an individual in a wheelchair or a cardboard sign saying will, and they seem to hang around truck stops for some reason, and then begging for money and food and stuff. And it's really sad, when I continue hearing about Biden sending out this money to these other countries when we got people that's down on their luck right here in America, and especially when I hear about a veteran, a man that fought for this country that's sitting in a wheelchair with no legs and no arms, and he doesn't even have a place to live. It's just disgusting. And like I say, Joe Biden, he ought to be ashamed of himself for turning his back on the veterans of America and shipping this money over to Ukraine. And he has to sleep with himself at night, and hopefully he's not sleeping good. That's all I can say. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, clear lines here on a Tuesday. A little update on the UPS non-negotiations, because there ain't no talks. The head of the Teamsters apparently has asked the White House to stay out of their business, asking the White House not to intervene if the unionized workers end up going on strike. Got the July 31st deadline rapidly approaching here. Yeah, we all know the background. Apparently, asked during a webcast with members Sunday on whether the White House could force a contract on the union. Teamsters President Sean O'Brien said he's asked the White House on numerous occasions to stay away. He said, my neighborhood, where I grew up in Boston, if two people had a disagreement and you had nothing to do with it, you just kept walking. We don't need anybody getting involved in this fight, he said. Of course, you can think back here, it wasn't that long ago. I recall when the White House got involved in the potential rail strike and forced that deal down the rail workers' throat against their wishes. All right, before the contract talks broke down, we know both sides had reached tentative agreements on a number of issues. Installing air conditioning in more trucks, getting rid of the two-tier wage system for drivers who work weekends and earn less money. Yeah, a sticking point right now, I guess, is wage increases for part-time workers who make a minimum of $16.20 an hour. Of course, they did make the announcement Friday that they're going to temporarily begin training non-union employees, UPS, that is, to step in should there actually be a strike. So it kind of sounds like most are anticipating it. It's just kind of waiting for the clock to run out. Might we have a good old-fashioned cat fight on Capitol Hill? Looking at the story, it's no secret relations between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert has never been worse. The two representatives yelling at each other on and off the House floor. Of course, Green recently called Boebert a little bitch to her face. Boebert then supported Green's removal from the Freedom Caucus. Lawmakers tell the Daily Beast the situation between the two is still even worse than most people think. Representative Tim Burkett of Tennessee says, a literal fist fight could break out at any moment. He later clarified that he was serious. Said he was enjoying the standoff because he's a professional wrestling fan. Now, I'm actually friends of both of them. It's kind of entertaining to think that a fist fight could break out at any moment. I kind of dig that. He's not the only one that thinks this feud could turn even nastier. Another Republican lawmaker who's close to both Green and Boebert said this situation is a proverbial tinderbox. You can't have too many of these riffs going on for too long. But wow. Cat fight in the house. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Millions in the U.S. are dealing with extreme heat and smoke pollution from Canada. The National Weather Service says triple-digit temperatures could last through midweek from Texas to the lower Mississippi Valley as a high-pressure dome moves westward. Air quality alerts have been issued for parts of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, Tennessee, North Carolina, and the Northeast as Canadian wildfire smoke drifts south into the U.S. Flight delays and cancellations are still an issue in parts of the United States. According to FlightAware, over 3,800 flights have been delayed so far across the country. Meanwhile, more than 300 flights have already been canceled today after weekend storms snarled operations at some major airports. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is pledging his unwavering support for Israel at the Christians United for Israel Summit in Arlington, Virginia. He criticized the Biden administration's handling of the Israel relationship.
You only care about applying disfavored treatment to the state of Israel. That is anti-Semitism, and that is wrong.
Biden has not invited Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House since taking office in Israel last year. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. A new real-time data collection resource called the Earth Information Center is now online.
You're going to see real-time information that is being beamed to the Earth from dozens of spacecraft about a particular issue, and then you will see the hyperwall change, and it will give you additional data from other assets in space.
NASA head Bill Nelson says you'll be able to access data about climate, weather, and natural resource matters on our home planet. You can check it out at gis.earthdata.nasa.gov. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Parents have a new weapon to protect their kids from the respiratory illness RSV. The FDA has approved the injectable drug Beyfortus, a ready-made antibody that can bind to the virus and stop it from infecting cells. It is the first long-lasting drug for at-risk toddlers and infants susceptible to the respiratory illness. The Republican frontrunner is critiquing his challengers.
While Donald Trump has a strong lead among the GOP candidates, the former president likes his position in the field and those in the race.
You have some very talented people. I've been impressed by some of them. Some of them I'm very friendly with, actually.
Trump was a guest on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. Polls have Trump way ahead of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in the race for the Republican nomination, although he didn't rule out the possibility of selecting a running mate from among his primary challengers. Trump didn't specifically name one either. I'm Jerry Barmash.
Seniors in the East and Southeast United States are the most likely to have Alzheimer's disease. That's according to new data published in the Alzheimer's Association's journal. The report includes the first ever estimates of the prevalence of the disease in the U.S. from studying thousands of individuals to assess demographic risk factors. Actress Lindsay Lohan is a new mom. According to Page Six, the 37-year-old gave birth to her first son, a child named Luai. The baby was born in Dubai, where she lives with her husband Badr Shamas. In Arabic, Luai means shield or protector. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Another hour underway. As we close out a Monday. And it feels more like a Monday. Where everybody at? It's 844-844-3388. You may have missed it last week. In the state of Georgia, a lawmaker angered with her Democrat colleagues in the State House of Representatives because she supported a recent school choice bill, announced that she is officially switching parties. Mesha Maynor, a Democrat who's represented District 56 in the Georgia House since January of 21, making that announcement last week that she will switch her party registration to Republican. Now, she represents a strong blue district in the Atlanta area. She said, when I decided to stand up on behalf of disadvantaged children in support of school choice, my Democrat colleagues did not stand by me. They crucified me. When I decided to stand up in support for safe communities and refused to support efforts to defund the police, they did not back me. They abandoned me. For too long, for far too long, the Democrat Party has gotten away with using and abusing the black community. For decades, the Democrat Party has received the support of more than 90% of the black community. And what do we have to show for it? I represent a solidly blue district in the city of Atlanta. This is not a political decision for me. It's a moral decision. Now, she made clear that her work across party lines will continue after she switches parties, saying she has never hesitated to work across the aisle to deliver results for her community and the people she was elected to represent. Now, she said she's been met with much encouragement amid her decision to switch parties, and said it's humbling to be embraced for the first time in a long time by individuals who don't find fault in a black woman having a mind of her own and who be willing to buck the party line. Asked whether she thinks she's going to face pushback from Democrats over her decision, she said the most dangerous thing to the Democrat Party is a black person with a mind of their own. So, no, it would not surprise me. As for her priorities after switching parties, she said she will continue to focus on education and expanding the Republican majority in the House. Education and the importance of school choice has been and will continue to be a key focus for her, she says. I look forward to working with colleagues in the General Assembly to tackle the most pressing issues facing the state and helping grow the Republican Party. Not just preaching to the choir, but actually growing the congregation. A little turning of the tide. She said, I support school choice. I support parents' rights and opportunities for children to thrive, especially those that are marginalized and tend to fail in school. The Democrats at the Georgia State Capitol took a hard position and demanded every Democrat vote against school, children, and the teachers, and for the teachers union. I voted yes for parents and yes for children, not for failing schools. Now, she went on to justify her position, noting that some schools in her district have 3% reading proficiency rates, and many kids simply cannot do even simple math. Very interesting in the state of Georgia. All right. Hello, Shorty. Looking back at this date, some of the things taking place in years gone by. This date, July 18 of 1976. Nadia Comaneci scored the perfect 10 at the Summer Olympics. I gotta remember that. Yeah, the replay over and over and over. Let's see. This date, the government of Detroit, with up to $20 billion in debt, files for the largest municipal bankruptcy in U.S. history. That was this date 10 years ago, as a matter of fact, in 2013. What else in the mix? Let's see. This date, years gone by, after a party at Chappaquiddick Island. That sent then Senator Ted Kennedy from Massachusetts drove that Oldsmobile off a bridge, and his passenger, Mary Jo Kopinski, passed away there. This date in 1969. That was a Friday, by the way. 844-3388. So, Senor Heatwave, up and at 'em. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, senor. Just on my way to work. So I heard you make the call out for call in, so here I am. Oh, boy, I tell you what, I don't know what I want to do. If I want to stay out, if I can try to stay out, because every time I go home, Mama has a list for me to do. So, anyways, I was busy. Now, good news is I was also busy picking up squash out of my garden. Bad news is I got too much damn.
Really? Got a good crop, huh?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I keep it watered about 40 minutes a day. And so, yeah, it seems like squash enjoy the sand along with pumpkins and what else I got in there? Yeah, the green beans, they look pretty good. They just ain't producing. They just look good. So at least I got some green mixed in the desert here. Yeah, that's interesting that one lady's going to change parties. She's finally seen the light.
Yes.
Yeah, that's, you wish more would see the light and see that the Democrats are not their friends. The Democrats want to keep them as victims. And she pretty much said it, we've been supporting them for so long, and what do we have to show for it?
Yep, and she's in Atlanta, and that's, you go back to the, the previous election. The Senate races, all being decided right there in the big Atlanta metro area, which, again, 90%, as she said, of the black community supporting the Democrats there.
Right. Well, if they can't, if they cannot see, what they're not achieving, and they still insist on voting for a Democrat because we'll get better with the next vote. That's just the Democrat mentality. If it doesn't work, throw more money at it until it does. And even then, it doesn't. Good for her, and I hope more people see the light. So Trump's got a pretty commanding lead. Did you see that in the straw vote?
Yes, indeed.
I think it was the Florida. My goodness gracious. 86% of the straws picked him. Was it 26 picked DeSantis, and the rest, I think I can't pronounce his name, but he lives there in Cincinnati. That
Ramaswamy, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Well, I'm glad you could say that. That's a mouthful for me. He got 4%, and it's like, well, hell, he did better than the rest of the named candidates that we know. So I don't know. And he may not do anything this year, but I'm sure he probably will get his name out and have the name recognition for the next go around. But I just fear that Trump is going to get overconfident, just like Hillary did back in 2016. And I don't want him to get that way. I would rather see him go to these debates. I don't care if you're up by 100%. Go to the debates and tell these people that are listening that are still undecided, hey, this is what worked. You see what doesn't work, and all these others are going to implement the plans that I set in motion. So why vote them when I'm the originator of all these other things that went well? So, yeah, I noticed here the other day, I guess it was Friday, the two Division I football teams here, colleges here in New Mexico, University of New Mexico and New Mexico State, finished in the bottom 6 of the football rankings. Boy, I tell you what, you can't go anywhere but up. But I think with our situation here with our football team in Albuquerque, you know, they can have nice looking uniforms. They can have an Aztec looking logo on their helmets, but if they just don't have the drive to do any better than what they are, they're going to sink lower, and they got 5 more positions to go before they hit bottom. And New Mexico State's only got 2. So they're not the worst yet, but they're right next to it.
Wow.
So this ought to be interesting this season. Our head coach is a former Lobo graduate, a former Lobo player. And so, you know, we cut him some slack because he told them at the university, he says, you don't have to pay me the big money. He says, you just pay me on how my performance is. He said, I'll take minimum. Well, even minimum's still $450,000 a year. So I really hope that they do better. But the first game that the UNM plays is against Texas A&M. Yeah, that might be a butt whooping in the making. And A&M ain't exactly high up on the rankings in the SEC. You know, the problem with A&M is they do good against non-conference teams. It's just a conference they got problems with. The only time they didn't have a whole lot of issues was when Johnny Football was there, his first season, and apparently his only season with A&M. I shouldn't say that. I think he did his sophomore year, but he didn't do very well in the pros, and I think he wound up with the Canadian football team, and I don't think he did very much there either. So, yeah, there's a couple of, I think I posted a couple of things on your fan page about yellow.
Okay.
And there is one organization, they call themselves a news media, but it is the Communist Party. Talking, you know, it has yellow in their sites, talking about how the workers are being mistreated and not getting paid what they should be. And you know, had it not been for, I think they call it WSP, the World Socialist Party, and them promoting May Day and whatnot for all the communist, celebrations and victories and whatnot. You know, I might be inclined to read a little bit more in there, but you know, you got to look at the header to see what you're actually delving into. So, but I mean, the other ones were from Freight Waves, and my wife found a flyer that was sent out in December by the corporate. You know, they give us like an overview of how things are going. They ain't done one so far this year, but in the December 2022 edition of the corporate newspaper, it said they had 6 quarters of growth. 6. That they were making money. And in the quarter ending in December, it was going to be $420 million. Now let's think about this. That's what they said they made after they paid everybody in that. I mean, fuel, insurance, maintenance, that's what they made. in the last quarter of 2022. Now, how do you go from that, including getting $700 million, and 6-7 months later saying, "Hey, we're going broke"? I mean, if that doesn't scream piss poor management, I don't know what does.
Yeah. I don't know. Were you
you'll-
with us for hour number one when we were, when Brain Dead chimed in and he had sent me the memo that went out from the Teamsters this past day? They have missed their June payment to the Central States for the health care and the pension benefits. And Central States employees will be uninsured as of this Sunday unless they make that payment. Now, I also shared that here a couple, what was it last month that they had asked for an exemption or whatever to bypass the payments for July and August. But this was for missing the payments in June.
And they already had a $70 million infusion from Jackass Joe. And no, I'm sorry, I wasn't on the first hour. I was getting myself drug out of bed and getting ready to go to work, so this is the first time I had to call.
Yeah, so I actually read the memo. It was from Sean O'Brien and what's his name, Zuckerman, the financial guy, dated this past day, and it pretty much is going out to all the union shops that are represented under the Central States Fund. But again, stating that as of this Sunday, July 23, any health care claims incurred on or after that day will not be paid unless the participant exercises his or her option to timely remit self-payments. Now, this is going to affect Brain Dead, but it's not. You're out west, so you're under the the West Fund or whatever.
Yes, right.
So it's not going to impact you, but yeah, it's like that's a little more handwriting on the wall because remember they were talking about maybe running out of money in July.
Yep. Yes, they were.
So,
and when they give the control over to the lenders for the more day-to-day control of the aspects of the business, really thought things were going to get better, and apparently it just ain't coming true.
Guess the way
the writing is on the wall.
The way Brain Dead and I's conversation kind of left off, I guess technically they could make that payment by the end of the week. They said it has to be paid by Friday, or again any Central States and pension fund contributions will cease to increase as well. But I said I wonder how much that payment would be, and he made it sound like it could be in the tens of millions of dollars, the way he made it sound.
Well, I know they're still not hiring out here in Albuquerque. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. So, excuse me. I'm going down the highway, and it sounds like I got a basketball for a voice because my pickup's a little stiff on this bumpy-ass road going into Albuquerque.
All right. Well, I appreciate you checking in there, Heatwave. Thanks for kind of helping out here on a Taco Tuesday. How's it feel to have so many people taking your name in vain these days? This damn heat wave. That's what they're talking about out west. This is the time of year, July, the time of year when the North American monsoon typically ramps up. But as forecasters predicted in their U.S. summer forecast back in early May, the onset of the summer storms has been weeks behind the historical average. That's the event when a shift in the wind direction sends moisture over the southwestern states, which results in rain and thunderstorms. Typically, monsoon season begins on June 15 and ends on September 30th. But, thunderstorm activity varies from one year to the next. But right now, the absence of moisture so far this year is another factor that's going to boost the potential for wildfires in the coming days. We could see some thunderstorms rumble over the region coming up through the weekend, which could actually do more harm than good. Any thunderstorm that develops is probably not going to produce much rain. but rather just produce lightning that would have the potential to spark a wildfire in the increasingly dry conditions there out west. That's what they call dry lightning. Lightning, the second most common ignition source for wildfires after humans, which can spark new blazes in very remote areas, making them even harder to contain and extinguish. But as that fire threat expands out west, some temporary relief is on the way for Western Canada, where the intense fires have been burning. A storm's expected to impact parts of British Columbia and Alberta, as well as the Northwest Territory, or U.S., Monday into Tuesday. Rainfall would be a beneficial thing, but there will be some gusty winds to contend with, which would also be a concern. All right, let me see here. Rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour. Speaking of the heat wave, coming up maybe in the hour ahead. We tend to forget how spoiled we are in these modern times because it's 105 outside, but you got air conditioning in most cases. What did people do in this country in the days there was no air conditioning? I mean, even the time when there wasn't a refrigerator in every home. AccuWeather kind of broke that down because of all the talk about the heat wave these days, the extensive heat wave. 5 ways people stayed cool before the invention of air conditioning. People had to be creative when trying to stay cool in the sweltering conditions. So, we'll share. How did they beat the heat back in the and early 1900s? It is 844-844-3388. So we roll into a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, as we like to call it, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
USA News Update. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging the Senate to confirm more than 60 State Department nominees who've been blocked by a handful of Republicans.
These delays are undermining our national security, and they're weakening our ability to deliver for the American people.
He said nominees are being blocked for leverage on unrelated issues, calling it irresponsible. Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is revealing a list of Supreme Court appointments if he's elected president. The list of candidates includes Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Utah Senator Mike Lee. Ramaswamy said the list includes candidates with an originalist understanding of the Constitution. John Schaefer, USA News.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, look back historically. We didn't have the comforts of flipping on the AC. How do you stay cool? Water fountains were a lot different in the 1800s and early 1900s. But they did provide an easy way to cool off in the summertime. In some of the big cities, the fountains were built like troughs, essentially. People could do more than just take a drink of water. On a hot summer day, they could actually dunk their heads in the water to try and stay cool. Yeah, while fountains like these made it easier to get a bit of relief from the heat, they also made it easier to get sick. Not only were there many different people using the fountains, but even the horses and other animals used them as well. Not the most sanitary water to be sticking your head in. With an eye on the summer heat, people would harvest and store ice blocks during the winter months to be used in the warmer months. Having ice available in the summertime did indeed take a lot of planning because refrigeration was not available yet. People would actually harvest ice from lakes that were frozen during the winter months. It would be then stored in naturally cool buildings, or ice houses, as they called them, where they would actually sit before then being distributed when the heat kicked in. All right. If there was a mild winter, though, there wouldn't be as much ice available to harvest, so It was a rare commodity months later when the hot weather arrived. However, in frigid winters, more ice would be available to harvest, making the ice cheaper and more accessible. Ceilings architecture was another way to prevent indoor conditions from becoming stifling. The fact that hot air rises, some buildings were built with high ceilings. That hot rising air would escape through windows near the ceiling to create kind of a natural airflow. Of course, back in those days, everybody had a big front porch, right? Architects incorporated front porches on homes. People could sit outside during the evening and early in the night when it was cooler. The porch eventually became the place to socialize with friends and family while cooling off after a long, hot day. There was a time when the simplest way to beat the heat before air conditioning was to literally take a nap in a grassy area under a tree. Even in the heart of New York City, shade was about the only place you could find any relief from the heat. Yeah, taking a nap in the afternoon also meant not doing any strenuous work during the hottest part of the day. They've got photos of all this where people would actually, be laying out there under the trees. Everybody taking a nap on a hot summer day. What's going on, Philip?
Oh, not much out here, just hanging out, listening to you talk about heat. A lot of heat out here today. How's it up there in Cincinnati?
We haven't been too bad at all the last few days. It's been pretty comfortable, like low 80s at best.
Yeah, I wish we could say that, boy. It's been crazy down here. I mean, we get that heat, and we've been getting some rain here in the mornings, and then it's been getting hot in the afternoon.
Yeah,
like steaming out. So. Steve, when you were a kid, do you remember, I don't know, they had them up north. I know we have them down here a lot. They used to have these vents on the top of the houses. They looked like little domes, and they spun around. Do you remember those back in the day, those little whirly-looking vents?
Yeah. Absolutely.
We had them down here. They were all over the houses down here back in the day. And eventually that's what turned into what they call a whole house vent, a whole house fan. They have a fan that they put up in the attic now that pulls the air out and throws it out and keeps the attic. Because the attic needs to be just about the temperature of your house, but down here, that's hard to handle.
Mm-hmm.
So we use what they call ridge vents nowadays, but it's just crazy how things are right now, Steve. Have you looked at the market lately?
As like the Dow Jones and whatnot? Not really, no.
Well, what's funny is I was looking this morning. AT&T stock has dropped like 10% in the last few days. And you think to yourself, why would AT&T stock drop 10%? Because of lead shielding on wiring that they put in years and years ago that's coming back to bite them. And it's just crazy stuff. Like Tesla, their stock is going up. Because their little cyber pickup, I guess they're going to start building it out. They're building it in Texas. They got a production model that already came out, so their stock went up. And it's just crazy how the stock has been. And speaking of Tesla and Elon Musk and SpaceX, we're talking about rockets now. Did you hear anything about this? What they call hot staging for the rockets now?
Hot staging? Does not. I haven't heard a thing.
Well, I know the Russians did this years ago with their N-1 and a bunch of other rockets. But what they're doing now is they figured out that if they leave the rocket together, it's going to be kind of crazy sounding, but they leave the rocket together, and where the stages join each other, they put a shield in there, and then they also put a venting area that they can light the stage up while the rocket's still together, and it's hot, before they separate. So they can get the rocket further into space now with this hot staging. And that's what's going to happen with this Starship now. They're going to change over the main booster to a hot stage so that it gets them up further, and then they can separate it quicker. So they learned when that last one didn't separate, that they're going to go to this hot staging now that's going to make it easier to get them apart. I know it sounds crazy, but I guess the Russians did it too, and I did some research on it, and they did. The only problem is the N-1 rocket that the Russians did it blew up a lot. So hopefully
that was going to be my question was going to be would this present more of a risk of possible explosion for the second stage?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's because and just because the first stage it's coming back to be rebuilt and whatnot, but yeah, it's going to be crazy. I mean, they're talking about doing it, and that's something that come out with SpaceX and the orbital launch mount. They tested that water thing out the other day, and I'll tell you what, man, that's some pressured water, man. If you look at some of the videos on YouTube with that thing, that's some crazy stuff that they're doing with that. They're moving water all over the place. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I'm running into signal problems here. I'll catch y'all later.
Safe travels. Have a great day at the office, as they say, right? At the office. Well, the heat in Texas here. Another day means another record when it comes to power consumption on Monday. As homes and businesses keep that air conditioner cranked up, trying to escape the heat wave, the Electric Reliability Council, which operates the grid for more than 26 million customers, residents concerned about the extreme weather and the grid itself. Although overall U.S. power demand is projected to ease this year after hitting a record high last year, rising economic and population growth is going to keep boosting electric use in some of the Sun Belt states like Texas. After setting 11 demand records last summer, they said usage hit a preliminary 81,911 megawatts this past day. That's a new record that was, last set on July the 13th. This is the fourth record this summer and will likely be broken again today. Demand is expected to reach 86,575 megawatts. Now, 1 megawatt can power about 1,000 homes on a typical day, but it drops down to about 200 homes on a hot summer day there in Texas. Forecasters say highs in Houston would hit at least 100 degrees every day from this past day till July 21st. So 4 consecutive days. Forecast for record demand actually boosted next day prices for the ERCOT North Hub, which includes Dallas, to a 6-month high of $475 per megawatt hour this past day. Now, what would a normal price be? Well, average would be $38 so far this year, $78 in 2022, 5-year average of $66, so $475 a megawatt hour. Somebody going to get some expensive utility bills, I'm thinking. All right, who we got? Is that Lucky?
Yeah, Lucky. Hey, Steve, you were talking about that Boebert and was it Green earlier? About ready to throw down there?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, yes, the little cat fight thing.
Yeah, just think, we get Green and Boebert, and you get Musk and what's his name there?
Zuckerberg, yeah, Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg, yeah. Then you got Biden threatening to beat up Trump. We could have one hell of a pay-per-view, couldn't we?
You might be onto something there.
Yes, that would be a good Saturday night fight club there. Do some skull busters, watch a little fights going on.
Yeah. I don't know who would you put your money on between Boebert? Boebert's a little bitty thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene definitely has a size advantage.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Green, I suppose. I think she can do it.
Okay.
She's feisty too, you know. She's got a little fight to her, so yeah. But hey, everybody talk about that YRC deal not paying into Central States. What happened to the money of all the sales of all the terminals we just done? You know, we just sold a whole bunch of terminals. I know right there in our area, they got rid of 2 of them. So where would the money have gone for all the sales of them terminals?
I'm guessing it's just there's more debt than they're bringing in from those sales.
I don't know what all they sold. I know they've sold. They got at least one up in the Chicago area. They got a couple around there in Peoria area. They got gone.
And I think they had just announced they sold one in California. I think they got $80 million out of that one.
Now they got quite a bit out of that one there. So what do they said? They owed $50 million. But I just found it odd that the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, Southern Conference is all paid. I'm just trying to figure out why the Central States, you know, how you would skip out on just that one conference right there. Just sounds a little odd.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but everybody's, you know, nervous about it, of course. But I still think they're just playing games. I don't know. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope I'm not wrong, but they got to have money somewhere. They're just still operating. We're not running short on anything. Everything seems to be going okay. Starting to work on some of the old trucks that we got, getting them back on the road and stuff. So,
well, and then they just last week made the deal where I guess the banks are going to have a more hands-on view of what's going on with the money, where the money's going. Just try to. I don't know. Maybe that'll make a difference.
Yeah, let's hope. You know, like they were saying that, and then if I'm not mistaken, there's supposed to be a couple people on the board of directors that are from the union too. I mean, remember the union's part owner of the company. I think they would have a little bit knowledge of what's going on with it, you know, all the ins and outs of it. I don't know. I just I heard that, and I was just trying to figure out why only Central States wouldn't be paid into it. It just seems very odd to me.
And I don't know if are they not having. I mean, because like for years and years, Central State's the one that's always had the issues, and the others have been like the Western Conference and the North. They're all like fully funded.
Yeah, it seems like the Eastern Conference there a few years ago got a boost on their pensions too, if I'm not mistaken. They got a raise.
Yeah.
About 5 years ago, it seems like. So yeah, I don't know. There's something going on with Central Conference there, obviously. Something just doesn't sound right. That's about all I got for tonight, so I appreciate it.
Well, Lucky, I appreciate you chiming in this morning on what's been a relatively quiet Tuesday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostромSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, for our Navy friends out there. What's the deal over the weekend? U.S. Navy cargo ship ran aground Saturday in Bahrain shortly after leaving a shipyard in Al Hid. According to the 5th Fleet spokesman, Commander Tim Hawkins, the USNS Alan Shepard became stuck after striking ground. The report from Stars and Stripes. It's a 210-meter-long vessel, had roughly 85 people on board. No injuries were reported. The Alan Shepard is a Lewis and Clark class dry cargo and ammunition ship. According to the U.S. Navy's Military Sealift Command, participates in vertical replenishment while on a deployment of the Essex Amphibious Ready Group, 13 Marine Expeditionary Unit. Multiple tugboats, they say, were able to pull the naval ship free during high tide on Sunday. While no damage was immediately detected, the Navy is investigating the incident and assessing the ship's condition. Just last year, there were 2 Navy ships that seemed like they were about to collide in San Diego Bay before both sharply turning away in what almost looked like a game of chicken. Chicken with warships, that would be, that triggered a Navy investigation. Video posted showing the 2-minute encounter between the guided missile destroyer, the USS Momsen, and the dock landing ship, the USS Harper's Ferry. Navy personnel on both ships can be heard saying they're going to turn to port or left to avoid a collision. Within 2 minutes, both ships turn left out of each other's way. But there were groups of sailors you could see standing outside each ship. A spokesman for the U.S. 3rd Fleet told the Navy Times that while the ships were in close vicinity, they each successfully navigated out of the situation. There were no injuries or damage in that scenario either. All right, who we got on board here?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well.
Good. This is James from Connecticut.
Well, what's going on, James?
Well, I wanted to tell the country we need Trump back. Trump did a great job all by himself when he didn't get no help from the Democrats and didn't get help for anybody really.
Mm-hmm.
And the economy and everything was going good when he was in. Now, the only problem is he needs to be quiet on Twitter or whatever you call it. He can't be talking on these on electronics. Just do your job and let the people around you talk for you, on this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're in debates, that's fine. But his whole problem is he speaks his mind. But you gotta, in the office of presidency, you still got to watch what you say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we've said for some time that he's almost his own worst enemy in that category by saying things and just, kind of pissing people off, right?
Right. But it's almost like he's in a locker room. You're going to say something bad to me, I'm going to say it right back to you,
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that when you're in the office of the, when you're when you're in the opposite presidency, but he knows what he's doing as far as getting things done properly. Because you got to admit, everything was going good when he was in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, overall. Do you agree?
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%.
You know, and then you know, and that was with no help. You know, the Pelosi should have been up on treason charges. Obama, same thing. All the stuff that they've been saying and getting people to not do things when he was trying to get his cabinet. You know, and all that stuff that Pelosi was doing.
Right.
You know, and then Obama's making speeches, telling other countries, you know, we got a lame duck president, so you can do whatever you want. I mean, that was all public stuff. I mean, you can't go do that. But anyways, and now look who we got. You know, be careful what you wish for, right? The old saying. So they finally got Bush out. I mean, Trump out. Then they got this other guy in. I don't even want to say his name. It's pathetic.
You're right. It's pretty sad state of affairs right now.
I mean, that's going to be the worst. I mean, I don't know all the other presidents we've had in the past. You know, the 1800s or early 1900s. But this guy has to be.
Yeah, one of the worst of the worst. Hey, we got to pause there, but we'll return after this.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Millions in the U.S. are dealing with extreme heat and smoke pollution from Canada. The National Weather Service says triple-digit temperatures could last through midweek from Texas to the lower Mississippi Valley as a high-pressure dome moves westward. Air quality alerts have been issued for parts of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, Tennessee, North Carolina, and the Northeast as Canadian wildfire smoke drifts south into the U.S. Flight delays and cancellations are still an issue in parts of the United States. According to FlightAware, over 3,800 flights have been delayed so far across the country. Meanwhile, more than 300 flights have already been canceled today after weekend storms snarled operations at some major airports. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is pledging his unwavering support for Israel at the Christians United for Israel Summit in Arlington, Virginia. He criticized the Biden administration's handling of the Israel relationship.
You only care about applying disfavored treatment to the state of Israel. That is anti-Semitism, and that is wrong.
Biden has not invited Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House since taking office in Israel last year. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. A new real-time data collection resource called the Earth Information Center is now online.
You're going to see real-time information that is being beamed to the Earth from dozens of spacecraft about a particular issue, and then you will see the hyperwall change, and it will give you additional data from other assets in space.
NASA head Bill Nelson says you'll be able to access data about climate, weather, and natural resource matters on our home planet. You can check it out at gis.earthdata.nasa.gov. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
Parents have a new weapon to protect their kids from the respiratory illness RSV. The FDA has approved the injectable drug Beyfortus, a ready-made antibody that can bind to the virus and stop it from infecting cells. It is the first long-lasting drug for at-risk toddlers and infants susceptible to the respiratory illness. The Republican frontrunner is critiquing his challengers.
While Donald Trump has a strong lead among the GOP candidates, the former president likes his position in the field and those in the race.
You have some very talented people. I've been impressed by some of them. Some of them I'm very friendly with, actually.
Trump was a guest on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. Polls have Trump way ahead of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in the race for the Republican nomination, although he didn't rule out the possibility of selecting a running mate from among his primary challengers. Trump didn't specifically name one either. I'm Jerry Barmash.
Seniors in the East and Southeast United States are the most likely to have Alzheimer's disease. That's according to new data published in the Alzheimer's Association's journal. The report includes the first ever estimates of the prevalence of the disease in the U.S. from studying thousands of individuals to assess demographic risk factors. Actress Lindsay Lohan is a new mom. According to Page Six, the 37-year-old gave birth to her first son, a child named Luai. The baby was born in Dubai, where she lives with her husband Badr Shamas. In Arabic, Luai means shield or protector. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that means we're all on the same page now, right? Welcome into a Tuesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, we'll pick up there where we left off. I did put James. I want to get back to James, let him finish up there in Connecticut. Thanks for hanging in there, James.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't realize I got put on hold until I heard the news. I said, "Oh wow," but that's okay. I just wanted to mention. Have you heard about North Dakota, where the sad stuff that's going on with the police again? Did you hear about that? It happened. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before that 3 or 4 cops got shot again because it was a setup. Did you hear about that?
I have not heard that. No.
Yeah, I heard on another station during the day in the Boston area, and they mentioned that there was in North Dakota that there was a call for a traffic accident, and supposedly it was a setup because there was no accident according to the report, and 4 cops got shot. 3 got killed, and 1 was being worked on. He was in critical condition.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, what? It's just we're in a sad state, you know. I mean, no pun intended. I mean the whole. I don't mean a state, but you know, I mean we're in a bad situation. The whole country. So, what's going on with the people? You know, it gets depressing sometimes when you don't see the light at the tunnel.
Yeah, I know it's crazy times, crazy people. That's wow.
That's why it's great to hear somebody like you, who try to keep everything at a kind of a evil keel, and I enjoy listening to you. And I wanted to ask you, were you ever in the Boston market?
Was I ever where? No.
In the Boston market,
no.
Did you do?
No.
Never.
Wouldn't have been me. No.
Oh, because you just sound familiar with the name and everything. I thought you were on like WBZ or WEEI. So you never were. Because I've heard you before.
Yeah. Well, we there was a time when we were syndicated on a number of other stations. We weren't in a Boston affiliate. I used to be on WHAM out of Rochester. We were on WWVA there in Virginia. There was a guy.
Right,
was a guy that went by the name. It was Steve Summers, and I think he was at WFAN there in New York.
Oh yes. Oh, so that wasn't you then. Okay.
Right. Had the same name, different guy though. Yeah.
Right. But I like you better. So, you make. Well, you have the same views I have, so you make sense.
Thank you so much, James. James is a first-time caller. I took your number down here. We're going to get you a coupon code for Hot Shot Secret products. $60 voucher.
I appreciate that.
Yes, indeed. So, if you have I'm assuming you drive like a gas-powered vehicle. Order you up a small bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator for the oil side. Order you a smaller bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme to go on the fuel side. Complete engine clean out for you there.
Beautiful. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps in this world.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you for being a listener there. Pass the word. We need more folks like you there in the Northeast. Not a common place to find a conservative, right? All right, so I see, I guess this was over the weekend. Fargo, North Dakota. Police confirming an officer was dead, 2 others in critical condition. This was Friday afternoon. Suspect was also killed, and a civilian sustained serious injuries. Saturday's press conference, they released more information about the officers involved, including the one who was killed, which was a 23-year-old Jake Wallen, who actually became a police officer in April of this year after graduating the Fargo Academy. 2 officers who sustained critical injuries, Andrew Dotus and Tyler Hawes, listed in critical but stable condition. The suspect, a 37-year-old Fargo resident, Mohammed Barakat, died of his injuries at the local health care facility. He was taken down by Fargo police officer Zachary Robinson, who's been with the department for 7 years. He's now on administrative leave, which is standard in these cases. Let's see. The events of the last 24 hours have been among the most difficult in our department's nearly 150-year history, was the statement. This was a heinous, unthinkable act of aggression against our officers and the entire metro community. As we all try to comprehend what has transpired, mourn the impact on our team and the entire community, we are bracing for extremely difficult days ahead, said the Fargo police chief. So again, the 23-year-old, just literally months out of the academy, end of watch, July 14. Officer Andrew Dotus, critically injured. Officer Tyler Hawes, critically injured. They've got the photos there from the Fargo Police Department. And about 15 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with Dan this morning. Hello, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think you got Dan. You got Gilligan.
Gilligan? All right, it says Dan, but
Yeah,
okay, what's going on?
I figured I'd call back in and you were sending out the bat signal that you needed somebody to call. You had heat wave. Horse Feathers is home at Betty by. I guess somebody's got to call in, fill in some time. Hey, got a big announcement. Everybody be happy to know. Me and my wife Mary Ann will be making our yearly trip to the beach Labor Day weekend. Yes, ladies, you need to show up in Ocean City because the ever lovable Gilligan will be showing up in his Speedo.
Oh, boy.
So the ladies can behold, as Hulk Hogan / the Thunderlips put it, the ultimate male specimen in Rocky III. Yeah. So pay attention, ladies. Pay attention. These be Ocean City, Labor Day weekend. Yeah.
Downright, that's downright scary, Gilligan.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
I'll be doing the beach report. Things you see at the beach when I get back. If I can figure out if I can see some more interesting stuff. I'll tell you what. You show up at the beach, you ain't no telling what you'll see. It's amazing what beach. I thought they were screwing around my area. People, you go to Walmart, that's small stuff compared to the beach. You know, it's just amazing these people can come out and crawl out of the woodwork. Yep. Well, by the way, just remember, everybody, contribute to the Inbred Rednecks campaign. You can contribute to GMA&B Enterprises. We're going to try to plan a campaign rally later in the fall. We can get something coordinated with the Inbred Redneck. Yes, people, we need to get his vote. He needs your vote. We'll bring change to this country. And the man has a plan. I'm telling you what, just remember his campaign slogan. A moonshine jug in every cupboard and a freezer full of deer meat. That's medicine to use sophisticated types. Just remember, he's out there on the campaign trail, kissing babies, shaking hands and croaking wives. So just look out for the Inbred Redneck. Yep. All right, Steve, that's about all I got. I appreciate you having me back.
Thank you much there, Gilligan. Have a good morning. All right, what do we have? 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostronSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Checking up a little bit Major League Baseball action. Cincinnati Reds, after losing 3, coming out of the All-Star break to the Brewers. Yeah, kicked off a 4-game set last evening with the Giants. Now they made it to the top of the 8th inning, and the heavens opened up, so the game was suspended at 2-2. That'll resume at like 5:40 this afternoon, before then the regularly scheduled evening 7 o'clock game. Game 2 against the Giants. But Cincinnati had called up a new prospect, and he made his debut this past evening. Now that he's officially made his debut, Christian Encarnacion Strand. Long name. Yes, the longest full name on record in Major League history, apparently, according to research conducted by MLB. Considering both first and last names and including the hyphen within the latter, the Reds prospect gets credit for 27 characters. That easily beats out the Twins' Simeon Woods Richardson, who debuted with a 22-character name just last year. The research considers the name the player chooses to go by, so Trout is Mike, not Michael. Any spaces or hyphens, either within the first name or the last name itself, but not between first and last, are actually counted. Christian Encarnacion Strand. Okay. What a way to kick things off. Did you tune into that game last evening, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
What's up?
Man, I don't know what's worse to imagine. Gilligan on the beach or Biden?
Biden was pretty sad, but I don't know. Gilligan would be downright scary.
With Speedos on.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I need to get that image out of my head. Steve, listen, man, with all due respect, our country's worse than being in a locker room. As Moose said, it's flushed down the toilet, down the tubes, in the water treatment plant. That's about ready to lose power. I could care less what Trump says on Twitter. I want a coach or a president that's going to give back to the other team that's running their mouth about him.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he got for 4 years and 2 years after. So, I mean, you know, do we want somebody that's going to fight for this country or not? Compared to what's in the White House, would you rather have somebody that runs their mouth? Steve, he's from the Queens, man.
Well, absolutely, certainly. Oh, yeah, it's but he's like I said, that he's kind of been his own worst enemy by doing that.
You know, times are tough, Steve. Like I said, man, what do you want? Can you put up with his little tweets?
Well,
I
certainly can. I kind of like the way that he tells it like it is. In most cases, he says what most of us conservatives are thinking, but in the name of being politically correct, we can't say it.
Exactly, Steve. During them debates, I remember, man, I'm thinking to myself, man, this is a first. There were things being said in that debate that would shock you. But you're like, you know what? It's about damn time somebody stands up and tells it like it is.
Mm-hmm.
Man. So, hey, I don't know. There was a deal down in Palm Beach, Florida this weekend called Acton or something. It was, dang it. Old Alzheimer's kicking in. Try to think of the name of the group that's having this convention down there. But Stephen K. Bannon, right?
Okay.
War Room. Steve, he gave a speech. Man, oh man, you need to look it up. Look it up on Rumble. Go to Stephen Bannon's War Room, and you can find it. But man, he gave like a 20-minute speech, and it was a rah-rah speech. I don't know, man. It was pretty. Got me fired up. Telling it how it is.
The Turning Point Turning Point Action Conference.
Turning Point. Yes, sir. That was it. Turning Point. See if you can look up his speech on there, man. It was a good one. I think Bongino and some others were down there giving speeches too.
Okay, so I guess Trump spoke there as well, right? Apparently
yesterday.
He
did. Yeah.
Okay. I
actually got a text message and notification that hey, he's a speaking. I was working. I couldn't listen to it at the time. Steve, you talked about the AC units, air conditioning, trying to put a stop to the air conditioning, right? Steve, I heard something yesterday that by the year 2035, they want to cut 80% of the power grid.
The grid. Okay.
Yeah, all power. Yeah, power.
So,
well, let's say 80% of power created by coal and.
All right. Okay, what they call fossil fuels. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, coal. And so they want it to be wind and solar. And I don't know, are we still going to be allowing nuclear or no?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't mention nuclear. But, Steve, this is a flat out, this whole climate change is a scam. I mean, we all know it. They are really, really putting the hurt to us. Talk about the crazy stuff that we've talked about in the last several months. Killing how many? 200, 400,000 cows, right? Because of their
climate change, flatulence. Yep.
Is hurting the ozone. Hurt is attacking the food, shutting these farmers down. Steve, what are they up to, man? You know, you hear these crazy. Some people talk about crazy stuff, you know, all this depopulation and stuff. But man, what are they doing? Seriously, when you start hearing about some of the things that are going on and what they're doing, I mean, you start to think, man, I don't know, brother.
Well, let me see here. We got to pause for a news break, but we'll return after this.
USA News Update. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging the Senate to confirm more than 60 State Department nominees who've been blocked by a handful of Republicans.
These delays are undermining our national security, and they're weakening our ability to deliver for the American people.
He said nominees are being blocked for leverage on unrelated issues, calling it irresponsible. Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is revealing a list of Supreme Court appointments if he's elected president. The list of candidates includes Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Utah Senator Mike Lee. Ramaswamy said the list includes candidates with an originalist understanding of the Constitution. John Schaefer, USA News.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke.
Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, question. Will anything actually be accomplished? I don't know, but update on the Hunter, well, actually the entire Biden, what some call the crime family. James Comer shared over the weekend the Biden family opened more than 20 shell companies to hide payments and launder money. After reviewing the Suspicious Activity Reports, or SARs as they're referred, at the Treasury and subpoenaing banks and individuals, Comer said the Biden family created those 20 entities to accept, forward, and collect payment from a wide range of business associates. We found all these shell companies that make absolutely no sense. I do not believe they've paid a penny of revenue, a penny of taxes on most of the millions of dollars they received from our adversaries around the world. Now, in March, the committee revealed the family business over the course of several years received over $10 million from business schemes in Romania and China in return for what appears to be influence peddling. For instance, SARS obtained by the committee revealed a Biden associate, Rob Walker, received a $3 million wire transfer from CEFC, China Energy. In turn, 4 Biden family members, Hunter, James, Hallie, and an unidentified Biden, received a collective $1.3 million cut from the $3 million wire transfer. Breitbart News reported Biden family business received a total of $5.1 million within days of Hunter Biden's messages through CEFC through multiple accounts. How did they list this on their taxes, says Comer. Is it a service they provided? Moving forward, Comer's committee is now set to begin deposing Biden family business associates. In the coming weeks and months, Comer said in early July, Devon Archer, one of Hunter's top associates, will be the first member deposed to unravel the family's international business schemes. Archer was Hunter's best friend in business, got in legal trouble last year for defrauding a Native American tribal entity. Court ordered him to pay like $43,954,000 and some change to the victims. Prior to his arrest, Archer served in 2014 with Hunter on the board of Burisma. All right, Comer said the future depositions will be bolstered by Wednesday's public testimony of IRS whistleblowers who revealed at least 13 serious allegations against Hunter, the Justice Department, and President Biden. We are now at the phase of the investigation where we have accumulated enough bank records to where we can ask these IRS employees specific substantive questions. Among the allegations, the IRS whistleblowers allege Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf refused to allow investigators to ask about Joe being the big guy. Wolf also allegedly blocked questions about the big guy to limit where the investigation could go, despite the evidence of Joe's involvement. They also claim Rob Walker said Joe Biden showed up at a meeting with the CEFC and family associates. This should be a good, substantive committee hearing that will allow us to move forward in deposition. When we bring these individuals that were helping the Bidens funnel and launder this money, we will be able to ask them specific questions about specific transactions. Think they'll get anything out of it there?
Oh, they'll get something out of it. What will happen about it is another story. Real quick, Steve, the first story on your break. Russia breaks agreement
the grain deal. Yep, the grain deal is off. Yep.
Affecting farming and the food supply. Back to Biden. Steve, there was several whistleblowers from the IRS. One of them was unidentified. He is now going to testify on the Hill this week. So they're going to know who he is.
Correct. Publicly.
Yes, sir. Did you hear this? That in December of 2019, just prior to Biden taking office after the election, that the FBI gave Biden the heads up, hey, your son's being investigated. And the IRS is going to be knocking on his door to talk to him. And Biden put the order out. Nope. No talking to my son. Hands off. John Solomon had a deal on that. That's another thing that just came out. Man, Steve, FBI's got a lot of explaining to do. FBI's corrupt, DOJ's corrupt, Steve. I mean, our country is in sad shape. And I'm telling you right now, in my opinion, there's only one man that we have a chance to turn this around. One man that has the kahunas to do what needs to be done. So we'll see what happens come this election. Like we said the other night, are things bad enough? Are the liberal Democrats, I wouldn't say liberal Democrats, your average Democrat, right? Not your far left. Are they finally going to realize that Steve, everything I'm hearing, people are waking up, and it's not just in the United States. Around the world, they're going against this wokeness. There was a rainbow parade in the country of Georgia. And Steve, they said 80% of that population is very, very Christian. And so I guess they were having this gay pride parade, a large one. And they were meant by people that wasn't going to have no part of it. A little bit of violence broke out. And there were some people upset that they felt that the police were taking sides of the Christians. Now, this is it used to be a communist country, Steve, back, before communist Russia, before the wall came down, right? After the wall came down, I guess Orthodox really became really big part. The farther east you go, even Putin, man, I think they just put something about all this wokeness. We're having no part of it. But things got pretty ugly, man. And I think they interviewed, they asked people between the ages, listen to this, 18 to 36 years old, if they believed in gay marriage. 75% of the people disagreed with it in that country. And Steve, we're talking between the age of 18 and 36. If you ask Americans between the age of 18 and 36 if they supported gay marriage or not, what do you think that percentage would be?
Overwhelming majority of support, yes.
Yes, it was 75% was non-support. My personal belief, Steve, listen, man, you do you, I'll do me.
Yep.
Don't shove your stuff down my throat. I won't shove my stuff down your throat. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I think I've told you that. I know we've had talks, man. Me and the squad's been talking lately. But I got a gay cousin, and he's been gay most of his adult life. And Steve, he would always come to Christmas and Thanksgiving, always by himself, And I told him, dude, we don't care. You want to bring your partner? Well, nobody cares. Ain't nobody going to disrespect him or you. Bring him. Nobody cares. The difference between my mom's side of the family and my dad's side of the family. My dad's side of the family was from the South. And my mom's side, well, they were technically my grandma came to the United States when she was 12 years old from Germany prior to World War II. So they were Germans, but my mom's side of the family, Steve, I'm telling you what, I swear, I'm 63 years old. I don't recall even an argument breaking out in any family gathering on my mom's side of the family, ever. Not even an argument. I don't recall. It's just the family got along so good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my dad's side of the family is a little bit different story. They were beer drinking, cussing sailors, man.
Okay.
I mean, they all got along. They had their moments. But they, it was just totally opposite, man, when you go to a picnic with my dad's side and my mom's side. It was just two totally different. I don't know how we got on that rant, but anyway, yeah. There's only one person, Steve, that's running right now. I heard something funny the other day, and I think it was either 5-7 or Heat Wave brought this up about a month ago. Steve, listen to this. Robert Kennedy Jr. is really, really becoming a thorn in their side. They were talking about starting like a third party or something on the Democratic side.
Correct.
Did you hear this?
Yes. I guess Joe Manchin kind of alluded to it.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with this primary. But man, I'm telling you, Steve, if they pull Bernie Sanders on Kennedy, he doesn't get the nomination. Steve, when you listen to him talk, he sounds like a conservative. He sounds like a Republican, man. Honestly. And he's getting a lot of support from the Democratic Party. Democratic people, rather. His numbers are going up. So we'll see what happens. But I guess the point was, I think it was 5-7, you didn't mention this. If he does not get that nomination, wouldn't that be turn things upside down if Trump asked him to be vice president to run with him? Think about this. The amount of support he's getting from the Democrats, and he doesn't get the nomination.
Yeah.
And he joins forces with Trump.
How big would that be?
Man, oh man, Steve. I don't know. Things that make you go home. We have to keep an eye on all this. It's going to be a very interesting year to come here. So, but I took enough of your time, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for taking the call. Everybody, hammer down and be safe.
There you go. All right. That would be, I don't know. Yeah, strange things do from time to time happen in the world of politics, as we all know. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here about 9 before the hour. What's happening, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You got a great show going on, brother. Well, this tolerance, yeah, that's one of the biggest problems in the world. Everybody tells us we got to be tolerant of another person's lifestyle. Well, I'm going to be gay. I don't care. That's your business. You the one got to answer for it there, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't have to agree with it. You know, Bible says, as in the days of Noah. And that's what we're in there. Speaking of Steve Summers, I think I had Googled it at one time or another. There was about 1,500 different people in the United States alone that go by the name of Steve Summers, but they all don't have an overnight drive radio, and they don't all on the radio either there, right?
Righto.
Yeah, absolutely. And they ain't world famous either, so... But when I grew up, we didn't have any air conditioning in our house there. We used an attic fan to cool. That thing was a huge attic fan. It'd suck air all the way through the house and blow it up into the attic and then right on out there. It was almost as good as an AC. We used a fireplace to heat. We had a covered carport at one time, but Daddy had it enclosed in, and we used a potbelly stove down there to heat it. And he put a barber chair down there in that room, see? And that was a world-famous chair. Everybody come to the house, that's the only chair they wanted to sit in was that barber chair and talk to people, right? I might have to just buy me one nowadays there. Well, today is National World Listening Day. I guess we could all listen a little bit better since God gave us 2 ears and one mouth to speak out of there. I read a headline there that Charles Barkley took aim at rednecks and a-holes in an explicit Bud Light speech at a bar. See?
Oh, yeah?
Well, I don't care about Charles Barkley anyway, so I guess if he wants to drink Bud Light, go right ahead there. I'll just call him Dylan Mulvaney there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That did prove, though, that the rednecks have a pretty loud voice there by putting a hurting on Bud Light there, right?
And it's a big-time hurting.
I know, that's right. These weather researchers, they unleashed a fleet of drones right into the eye of a hurricane. See, I wonder what kind of result. Is that going to kind of like that movie Twister?
I'm thinking most of them will be sucked up.
Yeah, absolutely there. I agree with that there. This liberal podcaster was shocked by her co-host prediction that President Trump will drop out of the presidential race. I don't think so. And I'll say the best for last here real quick. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting real close. Biden blames the White House cocaine on a black guy who lived there before him. And you know that was baloney there, right?
Yes. That's baloney.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I told you my pickup broke down yesterday. Tennessee was out there trying to get it picked up off the ground.
Yeah.
Well, she finally came home at 2 a.m. This was the conversation that happened there. And guy called her and says, "We are here." She says, "Well, I'm here too in this red truck, but I don't see you." He says, "You don't see my truck?" She says, "No, I called for a tow truck." This dude is in a normal pickup. He says, "Well, you don't see my trailer in behind this truck?" Like I'm the stupidest broad he's ever met. And she said, "I'm not going to argue with him. I mean, who am I to say? Maybe it's Wonder Woman's invisible airplane trailer. I don't know." The man on the right side jumps out and comes around to the back and said, "The trailer, dude, is missing." They run back up to the cab of the truck and take off like a bat out of hell trying to find their damn trailer. Tennessee said, "I have so many issues with this. I personally think if you are dumb enough to lose a trailer and do not know it, I definitely do not want you pulling a trailer with my truck on it."
Well, yeah, just imagine if they had to, if it had somehow miraculously made it there, they might have lost your truck on the way back.
Yeah, well, she finally got it up off of the ground this morning, and it went in the shop. So we're not going to have no troubles out of that truck for a little while. But anyway, that's all my baloney. Just wind this thing up. You got a couple minutes before the break anyway, though. Like I said, a great show. We'll put the spoke on you later there, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great, blessed day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Knucklebuster. There you go. Just enough time to mention here this week. Another enforcement blitz. Troopers in several states partnering for a high visibility enforcement campaign. It is the 6-State Trooper Project that started Sunday and runs through next Saturday. The focus will be on move-over violations. It's the Ohio State Patrol, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan State Police, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, the 6-State Project. Trooper Project. Too many times, troopers have seen the aftermath or been involved in a crash where the driver failed to move over. So really, looking for drivers to move over anytime you see the flashing lights. All right, focus this week. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Lance Pry. Extreme heat is baking the southwest USA today. Mark Mayfield has the latest.
Forecasters in Phoenix say Saturday was the hottest day of the year for the city, which hit 118 degrees at Sky Harbor International Airport. In California, Death Valley topped out at over 120 degrees. The heat is expected to continue this week as a high-pressure dome from Texas moves westward.
The unidentified suspect accused of fatally shooting 4 people in Georgia has been killed following a manhunt. Authorities made the announcement yesterday saying the monster is dead. Law enforcement tracked down the man to a location in the area and exchanged gunfire with him twice before he was, quote, neutralized, end quote. The suspect had been accused of killing 3 men and a woman Saturday in Hampton. That's about 30 miles south of Atlanta. In Sunday's update, police mentioned that multiple police officers were injured. Presidential candidate Donald Trump says there's some good people running against him for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination. Speaking on Fox yesterday, the former president acknowledged some of the GOP candidates could have a role in his administration if he's elected. While he didn't rule out the possibility of selecting a running mate from among his primary challengers, he declined to name anyone specifically. Air quality alerts were issued for several U.S. states on Sunday due to thick smoke from Canadian wildfires. The National Weather Service said those include much of Montana, South Dakota, Iowa, Minnesota, Illinois, and Indiana. Officials labeled air quality in cities like Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, and Des Moines as unhealthy. There were 900 active wildfires across Canada over the weekend. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 is opening to a slower start than expected in theaters. The latest Tom Cruise flick is adjusting its opening weekend predictions of $78 million, down from what they thought was going to be $90 million. USA News.
If you have asthma, pay close attention to this message. It can save you hundreds of dollars on your healthcare costs. Right now, you can make a free call and get generic asthma inhalers for less than $20 a piece. That's cheaper than most of your insurance copays. And if you call right now, you can buy 10 or more and save even more. Our Rescue Asthma Inhalers are a real generic version of the product that you already pay hundreds of dollars for. Save yourself money and call now to order. If you have asthma, now you can save hundreds of dollars with no prescription required for your inhalers. Call right now. Learn how to get your Rescue Asthma Inhalers shipped directly to your door for less than $20 each. Call the Prescription Savings Hotline now.
800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. 800-451-0380. That's 800-451-0380. Call now.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared that he's feeling good after he was rushed to the hospital for what doctors said likely was dehydration. But doctors ordered him to remain in the hospital overnight for further observation. China's economy is showing signs of sluggish growth, coupled with a record high in youth unemployment in June, is evidence of a fading recovery in the Asian country. The bridge between Crimea and Russia has been disabled in a presumed Ukrainian strike last night. The attack marked the second time that bridge has been hit, potentially constraining Russia's supplies to the front lines in southern Ukraine. The world's most popular video game franchise, Call of Duty, will remain on Sony PlayStation for a decade longer, even if Microsoft purchases the company behind it. Microsoft and Sony said yesterday that they've agreed on a deal after more than a year of failed negotiations. One 2024 GOP presidential hopeful says he has no interest in running as a third-party group's candidate.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie said he would not want to be the no-labels candidate for president.
There are only two people who will get elected president of the United States in November of 24, the Republican nominee for president and the Democratic nominee for president.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, he said the no-labels party's intention might be to hurt Donald Trump, but added that third-party candidates often hurt others they aren't targeting. I'm John Schaefer.
Lance Pry, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, here we go. Get that final hour underway on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start, right? 18th day of July coming on here. Well, last evening we reported on Grump had initially called about that big crash in Illinois along I-70 last Wednesday. Last evening, we reported there was another accident involving 3 semis the following day. That would have been last Thursday, believe it or not, Friday. In the same construction zone, another major pileup, this time 4 semi-trucks and several passenger cars. Again, I-70 in Illinois. Firefighters responding to a report of a multiple vehicle collision. The ongoing construction zone there a little after 1:30 Friday afternoon. This is, again, the same location where the first incident last Wednesday occurred. Mile marker 101.5. Fire Protection District reports 4 semi-trucks, a pickup pulling a camper, and 3 passenger vehicles were involved this time. Remarkably, there was no entrapment and no serious injuries reported. And, of course, that's amazing after looking at the photographs there, some of those vehicles involved. Eastbound I-70 construction zone, 3 similar pileups over 3 consecutive days. What is it with that particular zone there? Obviously, it's a construction zone. Traffic is stopping, but right at that same point, 3 consecutive days, people not failing to slow for the stopped traffic there. Wow. Brother Rambler, I do believe, checks in here on a Tuesday morning. What's going on?
Oh, well, praise God, Steve. It's been a minute since we talked,
It
right?
has, yeah, Friday.
I know, yeah. Well, I think it was even before that. Well, Steve, last time I called, and I'm not picking on old folks. All right, so don't get your depends in towards older gentlemen and older ladies out there. But when it comes to old folks and technology, they just don't mesh well. And like I said, we went to a new ELD system. Still miss the old paper logs back in the days. When you could run 2 log books and make a decent living. And I know that ruffles some. I ain't gonna call the driver's name, ruffles his feathers. But anyway, we got this new system called Samsara, and I know that ABF has it. A couple other fleets have it, and they give us these. They're called Zebra phones. It's like a cell phone, and man, Steve, word got out. I know I'm repeating myself, but word got out that I figured it out. And man, I ain't called the supervisor because he's older gentleman too. He didn't know what to do, so they called old brother Ramblers. And so man, I found out real quick. If I had to have a second career, if my driving career ended, Steve Summers, this old boy would never in a million years, hell would freeze over, and we'd be having snowball fights down there before I'd ever work in a daggum call center. Because I tell you what, brother, my head was about to explode. I don't see how these folks with Verizon and AT&T and other cell phone carriers could actually do it. Man, I was ready just to unplug. And there were some of our listening friends tried to call me. I'm like, look, I was honest. I'm like, look, I got to be honest, man. I didn't feel like taking no one's call and I'm never like that. But man, I done had my feel of it. So, oh man, no, I don't want to ever have to work in the call center. And God bless anyone that does work in the call center, taking complaints after complaints and people not knowing what they're doing with their cell phone. Oh, God help them. And so that was my week all last week. But I'm glad to be back on with you. Steve, I know you like watching movies, and I do too. I'm more privy to older movies than I am the newer movies. But I know you watched that old movie, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, with Clark
Chevy Chase,
Griswold.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Remember that scene? That song is playing, the Mickey Malaka Haka, whatever it is, and he's wanting that Christmas bonus he can put in that pool, and he's staring outside, and he just has this vision of this nice big pool, and all of a sudden you see Uncle Eddie. He's on that pool with his shirt tail tugged into his Speedos. I mean, you remember that?
Oh yeah, and he's got the fun. Yeah, the big the flip flop fins on the diving board. Yes.
yeah. And all of a sudden it changes into the scantily clad gal. So anyways, I just for some unknown reason, when Gilligan said that he's going to the beach, number one, I thought West Virginia was landlocked. How on earth is a West Virginian going to go to a beach when there ain't no beaches in West Virginia? The state is landlocked, unless he's going to, him and Mary Ann's going to go to the great state called the Virginias for Lovers. But I just see him being that type of person that's going to tug his shirt into his Speedo and go merrily down the beach. I mean, that's a bad sight to see,
Mm-hmm.
God help him. On a serious note, Steve, we have our deacon, Chris, Baldwin County Wild Man Cooper. He's having major hip surgery at 11:30 a.m. today. And y'all be in prayer for him. He's been when we got started, Steve, before there was even a Deferred Ministries church, I just, would just come in on Tuesday mornings and just sit down. This is back in my old place, and I had a little office. I just would sit in a rocking chair and just preach whatever God gave me, and man, he was with me right from the very beginning. I mean, right from the beginning. And matter of fact, me and old Baldwin County Wild Man, back when I was very young, 19 years old, he was only 20. We worked together doing construction. And if you can imagine, if y'all see what I look like, I'm kind of a rotund person with glasses, a beard, and my hair is falling out these days. If you could imagine a young Brother Rambler, with muscles and everything, we used to bust up concrete pipe for this construction company, and you look at me now, it's like, how on God's blue and green earth can he do that, being looking like he is? But I didn't always look like that. I was built like a little old brick crap house back in the day, and so was he. So that's how far we go back, and so we've been friends for all these many years, and lost contact, but the advent of Facebook, we got back reconnected, and man, he's been with me since day one. And when we launched Determined Ministries Church, January 12th was our first service of 2020. He was right there. So, just prayers for him. And he's a good dude, good man, good husband, good father, and just got to have hip replacement surgery. Also, we got a little old girl, Steve. Her name is Riley Faith, and Steve, it's not looking good for the home team. This little 7-year-old girl's got liver cancer, and there's nothing more they can do. It's in the Lord's hands. And I've been keeping up So is Miss Millie. We've been keeping up with this young lady, and it's not looking good. So y'all just be praying for her. We also have another little old girl, Monroe Sears. She's 3 years. She just turned 3 years old, Steve. She's got a tumor on the back of her eye, and she may lose her eye. Yeah, it's just. So y'all just be praying for her. Also, Kentucky Ken, he's out there. He's got a new chapter in his life with Averett that he started. Y'all be praying for him. Larry Vaughn, I spoke with Larry tonight, and Larry needs prayer. And, there's a lot of other people that have contacted me, and I'm bad with names sometimes, but you know who you are. I sit up here and I pray for you, and I love you, and I just want to thank you so much for being a part of the Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive. I also want to thank you for being a part of Determined Ministries Church. And, Knuckle Buster's right. I'm not going to sit there and, I'll preach what God gives me, and I don't care what anybody thinks. If they get offended, they can take it up with the Lord. Last Sunday's message was come out of Mark chapter 15, starting in verse 2, and it was how Jesus, the only thing Jesus said was when Pilate asked him, "Are you the King of the Jews?" And he said, "Thou sayest." They said all manner of things against him. He opened not his mouth. And you can go right there to Isaiah 53, verse 7, where it says he was like a lamb being led to slaughter, oppressed and rejected. He opened not his mouth, and he didn't. I'm not going to open my mouth. I'm not going to defend myself, because I tell you what, I got someone that stands in my corner that can fight my battles way more than I could ever fight a battle. And I'll let him fight the battles. And as far as my personal opinion on gay marriage, it is a sin. All right. It does not need to be involved. But if you're a grown person, that's between you and God. You'll have to stand before the great I am that I am. The problem I have with it, Steve, is the children. Quit trying to cram it down my kids' throats. Quit trying to cram it down other children's throats. They're not even old enough to make a conscious decision, but yet you want to tell them that, God don't see Adam and Eve, he sees Adam and Steve, or God don't see Adam and Eve, he sees Jill and Janie. No, that's not right. You let them children make up their mind on how they want to live their life. Quit trying to throw it down our throats and our children's throats. And that's enough I had to say on that. Other than that, Steve, I know I'm running my mouth. That's why they call me Brother Rambler. But I just want to say, man, it's good to talk to you. I'm glad you're enjoying your pool. Before I get off here, did you ever take care of your AFib problem?
The AFib?
No, not AFib, not your heart. Your
the AFib, the bug problem. I was going to say, yeah. Okay, so the natural, whatever you call it, enemy, the ladybugs, they actually showed up without me having to buy them.
Really? Isn't that amazing?
A whole bunch of them. It's them orange ladybugs. I mean, you said that's the males or something. And...
Those the orange ones are the females, and the red ones are the males. So I guess they showed up eating.
They're all over out there under that tree, and on the tree. So I'm assuming they're just taking care of it for me.
Yes, they are. Yes, and some of the last words my grandfather spoke when I was going out of his hospital room, February 23rd, 2001. The very last words I heard that old man speak to me was, "Son, there's nothing mysterious how God works. It's all wonderful." And, we're talking about buying ladybugs. God sent them to you to take care of that problem, Steve. So praise God for that. But, brother, I love you, and that God's children, I love you out there. Don't ever think that this old boy will ever pass judgment or ever say anything bad against you. I don't care if you're a pornography addict. I don't care if you're a homosexual. I don't care if you're a drug addict, an alcoholic. I don't care what you do. The fact of the matter is, I will never shun you. I love you, and I want you to know the same Christ that I know. I want to see you make heaven where I'm going to be one day. Dirty Diapers is already up there waiting on us. So many other people. And I will never, ever shun you or tell you that I hate you. No, God bless, no. I want to love you. And I want you to know that same Christ that I know. So come on, pay us a visit at Determined Ministries Church. We have service at 5 o'clock every Sunday evening, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I'll try and call you tomorrow night. God bless you, brother.
Thank you, Rambler. I did a little research, and they said when those ladybugs, when they show up, yeah, that's, I guess, the natural predator of the aphids. One ladybug will consume, I believe it was like 50 of those little aphids every day. So if you got a bunch of ladybugs, yeah, they're chowing down on the aphids.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Lest I forget, you got one more day. Today's supposed to still be impacted. It's drivers should expect substantial delays on I-81 this week as crews work to make repairs to two bridges. Northbound Interstate 81 near Salem, Virginia. Both of these bridges apparently recently struck by tractor trailers and needing repair. They started this work like 6 o'clock Sunday evening, and that's closing the right lane of Interstate 81 near the 137-mile marker between Christiansburg and Roanoke. And again, that goes through today, Tuesday the 18th. We know this is going to be an inconvenience. We know it's going to be impactful. Just please be aware of what's going on. They're expecting that was a pretty significant disruption on traffic between Christiansburg and Roanoke. So they were encouraging drivers to use Route 11 460 between Christiansburg and Roanoke as an alternate route. So yeah, probably saw some big delays, especially during the rush times yesterday, and that continues today, just so you're aware. Let's see if Eagle is hanging in there. You still with us, Eagle?
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about. First of all, I want to start with the first of all, they ran the NASCAR race today, and I didn't get a chance to see it. It was busier than what I thought I was going to be. But Martin Truex won the race.
Correct.
He was able to get it through, but I'll probably watch the highlights of it tomorrow when I got some free time. But but they did get that race off. I think they go to they ain't got to go far. I think they go to Poconos to race this weekend, so they're not too far away from the Poconos up in the mountains of Pennsylvania. I've been there before. Okay, yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about some things before I get to Greg Abbott down in Texas in situation that's going on with the illegals. I wanted to say something about some new information that's coming out about this submarine submersible that disappeared on the way to the Titanic. They're coming out with now. They're saying that a couple of weeks ago they were saying that it was instant death for these people, but they're learning now that going back and looking at the text messages that he sent and the messages that came from the ship, the Queen Mothership, as they call it. This guy knew that he was in trouble because he started releasing things from the sub to try to get it back to the top. From what they're saying, they probably did hear that the cracking and the crunching of that carbon fiber, and so they knew that. So he knew. Maybe the people on the other passengers, maybe they didn't know because they didn't know too much about the how the thing was built. Except for that one guy that had been to the sub, over 30 or 40 times, to the Titanic. I forgot what his name was, but he might have known. But they had a little bit of a warning before the death. They definitely got killed instantly, but they knew that something was going wrong because he was definitely trying to get back to the surface and go back up to the surface, and it blew. It imploded, and all these people were dead. So that's what they're saying now. According to the text messages, they definitely knew that something was going wrong. Now, let's get to this other deal, Steve, with what's going on down in Texas. You can read for yourself. You might be checking up if they hang out with you. Got another. Like I said, these people in Mexico is upset with these buoys, this new technology that Greg Abbott has put into the Rio.
Trying to stop them from being able to swim across the river, right? A river barrier.
Yeah. Mexico is upset about this. They're saying that it's illegal. I forgot what it goes. I think it was something in 1944 saying that some act that the U.S. and Mexico signed saying that you wouldn't restrict the flow of water or some kind of bogus deal that they're trying to complain about. But now they're trying to say some new information has come out. It's always some anonymous person. They can never show their face. It's probably something that CNN made up, but it hit the news late this afternoon. I forgot to tell you about that first call. They're saying that Greg Abbott is not trying to rescue these people that are coming in illegal. That they're letting some of these people drown, and they're not giving people water because it's just, it's hot down on the border.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right now, yeah, especially. But hey, hold that thought.
USA News update. Moscow is pulling out of a grain deal with Ukraine that could cripple global food supplies. The agreement had allowed Ukrainian agricultural products to pass through the Black Sea without Russian interference. Ukraine supplies 10% of the world's wheat market. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging the Senate to confirm more than 60 State Department nominees who've been blocked by a handful of Republicans.
These delays are undermining our national security, and they're weakening our ability to deliver for the American people.
He said nominees are being blocked for leverage on unrelated issues, calling it irresponsible. Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy is revealing a list of Supreme Court appointments if he's elected president. The list of candidates includes Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Utah Senator Mike Lee. Ramaswamy said the list includes candidates with an originalist understanding of the Constitution. John Schaefer, USA News.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
At Hot Shots Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shots Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here we go. Hey, happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. And there's Truckin' Phil on board. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And the great product of Sta-Bil. As we well know, most accidents are preventable, if not all, and they happen from lack of attention. Paying attention to your total surroundings from far ahead to behind. Keep vigilant at all times. Anyway, heading to 81 in Fort Wayne, 79 Sterling Heights, Michigan today as we get ready to do that flip. There's Truck and Phil. Have safe travels. I guess he's referring to the incidents. 3 consecutive days, 3 consecutive pileups in that same construction zone there in the state of Illinois. All right, Eagle, got a chance to finish up here.
Okay. Getting back to this situation with Greg Abbott down in Texas, Steve. This guy here is trying to do everything he can, to stop the illegals. Doing a pretty good job. It seems like it's working, since he doesn't have any help from Joe Biden and administration on trying to shut it down. But Mexico is, they're not happy about it. They're not happy about it because those people are stranded in their country. You probably would feel the same way. The Mexico don't want these people just as much as, the U.S. don't want them with certain, some people in the U.S. There's a certain group of people in the U.S. that actually want them here for bad reasons, so they think that, and I still say that those people should not be allowed to vote. I don't give a damn. You should have to be in the U.S. for at least 10 years before you qualify to vote in America, U.S. And how somebody can even, when Biden doesn't see it that way, somebody can go to a voting booth and vote and they don't even speak English. You got to have a damn voting ballot printed out in Spanish. It makes no sense, Steve. It's a bogus situation that an individual that doesn't speak nor read English can have the nerve to participate in our voting of the 2024 election. It's a damn shame, and Joe Biden shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. But getting back to it, Steve, the situation, and another thing, one thing I do agree with, I heard somebody say the other day that these individuals that are coming, because I understand that they're having a shortage of people that want to join the military in the U.S. right now, that in the Army, Navy, Air Force, or whatever it is. People are not signing up for it because the pay is not that good. I agree with this. Some of these illegals that are coming to the U.S., if they want to qualify to be a U.S. citizen, they can enlist in the military, and that would show that these people really want to be in America and want to be a part of this country. And if they were willing to sign up and enlist in the military, that would help them qualify for citizenship. I have no problem with that. If some of these people want to do that. But getting back to Abbott, listen, Steve, these people are engaging in a dangerous journey. It's hot as hell in Texas, and anybody that putting your life in at risk when you try to cross into the U.S. this time of year, especially into Arizona, they got people that lose their lives every year trying to get into Arizona, in the Tucson, Arizona area, Phoenix. You see 115, 120 degrees outside, and you trying to walk across the desert, and bad things are gonna happen to you.
Yep.
And so Greg Abbott, like I said, he's doing everything he can without the unassisted help of Biden. And I see nothing wrong with him putting barriers in the water to stop people from coming in illegally. And as long as it's not hurting these people, I see nothing wrong with it. And he's doing a good job so far. He definitely shut down in Texas. He's made a lot of progress with with what he's been doing the last couple of months. And but let me get back to one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve. Some people believe that Donald Trump gave some hints over the weekend over his possible vice president running might be. And I really hope it's true, that he does consider this individual, because this man here has shown that he loves America and that he's willing to, he's just like Donald Trump. He's just a younger version of Donald Trump is the way I see it. And, he got screwed out of his job at Fox Television, and that's Tucker Carlson. He's been saying a lot of good things about Tucker. I don't know if Tucker wants to get involved in politics, but I think he would be a good man for the vice presidential job as Donald Trump's running mate. And he might be able to take over in 2028 after Trump's 4 years up. So Tucker Carlson, hopefully he's high on the top of that list of people that Trump is looking at. And as far as one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, as far as this Mike Pence guy go, because you know I don't like this guy. I never liked him when he was working. I still didn't. I never liked the fact that Trump picked him for his running mate to begin with, because he was always weak in my category. He showed his true colors in the last months of Donald Trump's reign in the White House. He said some things over the weekend. He's still running his mouth about Donald Trump. He's still talking about Trump this, Trump that, and he sounds like, I say, if he didn't tell you he was a Republican, you damn sure wouldn't believe he sure does sound like a Democrat to me when he talks. But he was saying that he doesn't care about the people that don't like him, and that he did the right thing by not doing what Trump had ordered him to do, which was try to have a recount of the votes and do some other things. He said that he did what he was doing his job, and I still don't believe that the man did the right thing for Donald Trump, and that's why he no longer works for Trump. But I just wish he would shut up. Him and this Chris Christie guy, he's still running his big mouth too about Donald Trump. Saying that Trump has no chance of winning and that Trump is going to go to jail. Christie, he needs to be concerned with his own category, with it running his own race, which is about 1% right now. The last thing I can guarantee you, Mr. Christie, you're not going to the White House if you only got 1 or 2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a better chance of getting in before you, my man. So before you talk about Trump not being president, you better focus on yourself and focus on that 1% of votes that you might possibly get for the election. Sound to me like you're not going to the White House, not Trump. Yeah. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, only reason Christie's involved at all, he knows he's not going to the White House unequivocally. And the only reason he's in there is he is working essentially with the Democrats to make sure Trump doesn't get the nomination. And that's his goal, to prevent Trump. But it may very well backfire on him, like it has so many others. But hey, Heat Wave, what's going on?
Oh, I forgot to mention. Now, Eskimo Mom is on staycation until tomorrow morning. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case, yeah.
Okay. Well, a bunch of us got together on the phone, and we were talking about it and her upcoming situation where she's going to be a Swift driver here come next month. And I know it's going to happen to me, but we thought it'd be funny. We're getting get well cards and cards of condolences set up that we're going to mail to her. We talk about her condition of having the Swiftitis. I hope she gets over it soon. And the condolence cards will be like, well, we're sorry to hear that you're going to become a Swift, our deepest sympathies. So anyways, a bunch of us got her address and thanks to one of the drivers, and we figured, we try to drum up some interest and let everybody know why when she gets on, she might be a little testy with us.
Okay.
I mean, there's no malice intended. I mean, it's all in good fun. So, but yeah, I forgot to mention that. And of course, when she's on tomorrow, I'll have to give my verbal condolences, because as busy as I was this weekend, I didn't have a chance to go to the Walmart to actually get stuff I needed to get. And I was so damn busy getting stuff Mama needed that I forgot to get the cards. So anyways, I just figured I'd drop that in. So, and I did hear, speaking about yellow business, we did in Albuquerque, we did lay off 2 hostlers in the yard, and I think they said two more on the dock. So we got a total of 4 laid off. We've got a bunch of other drivers that have already since gone to other companies like Carvana and whatnot. But yeah, that's bad news all around. Oklahoma drivers said they laid 11 drivers, or not drivers, but dock workers off in Oklahoma. So I guess they're going to try to make money through attrition. You know, as long as we ain't got these many people to pay and we get rid of our terminals, that's a hell of a way to run a business, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, and as far as what Eagle was talking about, it is the boundary treaties from I think it was 46 and 72. Mexico is worried that the buoys may be encroaching on their side of the river. So that's what they're not real happy with. And Abbott put a concertina wire on one of the little sand islands out there to discourage crossing that little island. And that is what Mexico is all upset about. You know, it might be on their part of the international line.
Right.
It's like, you know what, if you're going to be that damn disappointed and concerned, why don't you stop them from coming into your damn country? You know, quit passing the buck. As a taxpayer out here, I'm tired of my money going to some damn foreigner who thinks just because they can climb the hurdle, damn, I'm so upset right now, I can't even talk. But someone who can climb up containers, you know, or swim the river, or, you know, climb over wires. Hello, you know, there's a reason why that's there. Citizenship is not given because you could climb up the highest damn hurdle out there or swim. Damn it, you know. And if these people are that damn stupid, I don't want to be supporting them. We got enough of our own homegrown idiots here that we have to take care of. And those people know how to abuse the system. I mean, just imagine the illegal aliens coming over. They get onto the system. Guess what they're going to do? They will abuse the system as well. You know, they've got I think I might have mentioned it, France has passed a law that says all the food that's coming due to be tossed out from the grocery stores.
Yes.
It's supposed to be given to the poor.
Give it to the poor people, yeah.
And, you know, I had told my daughter, I said, well, what happens when that system is abused? Oh, I'm poor. I need this food. Well, they're not going to be shopping because they're all going to wait until that food becomes time to be tossed out. Well, the grocery store owner is going to have a problem making payroll. He's going to, and guess what? That store is going to have to close. Now, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how
it'll be an interesting trial. I saw that headline. It'll be, I guess, you know, got to test. I mean, there are, restaurants. Hell, I mean, I remember for years and years, early back in the days when McDonald's, remember when they would actually cook the burgers on the grill right there, and they'd have a dozen of them. They'd have cheeseburgers, hamburgers, made and waiting in the window. And at a certain point in time, however many minutes they would expire, they'd toss them in the trash. It's like, well, for crying out loud. And there are, I mean, I've heard the rumors that like a Dunkin' Donuts, unsold donuts at the end of the day go in the trash. Is that true? I mean, there's a lot of food that could be feeding people that really are in need. And it sure makes more sense to try to, give it to the food bank or something than it would be to just throw it in the trash. Yeah, we'll see how that goes over there in France. Hey, back to Scarecrow. Got you coming up in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, rolling into a Tuesday here. Scarecrow, what's happening this morning?
Doctor is the fight. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rambler. You can guess what tune I got running through my head.
You got that one stuck. You got the earworm going, huh?
Oh, we do. And it's not that bad, really. A bit disappointing, though. Rambler, you left us hanging with Cousin Eddie springing there on the board little. Sucking, what was it, Steve? Meisterbrow? Was that his beverage of choice?
You're right. I'm drinking a brewski, yes.
If I remember right, yeah. You know, he could have closed out with the jewelry sales girl, you know, standing there and kicking that swimsuit towards the window there. But we'll have to leave that for our imagination. Yeah, the driving and crash festing that's going on. You know, even going back to when I was still under the chauffeur license era, I had thoughts that I would be, even in retirement, hanging on to my professional license and, you know, filling in somewhere part-time for somebody, you know, Steve. But given the total, I think part of it is total lack of law enforcement when it comes to posted speed limits, at least here in Wisconsin. I don't even see, you know, any police out here at night anymore. But yeah, the total out of control driving that's taking place in this country today, I really don't think I want to, you know, be out here on a professional basis after retirement. It's crazy. So we have the makings of a knockdown, hair pulling, clothes shredding, cat fight primetime broadcast on the Capitol Hill. Steve, will you hold the ticket for me, please? And I'd like to reserve a seat in the overnight driver section of that one.
We can handle that.
That is, entertainment extraordinaire, man. Earlier in the program, you made note of that. All those two children that they're searching for from that nasty flood, you know, out east there. The spokesperson during the news conference, whether it's a police chief or fire chief, whatever, he was extremely adamant in making it known that they were not
driving, through water or around barricades or anything like that, that water literally came up so fast. There was just absolutely nothing, they could do. It just totally caught them off guard. That, it was a nasty, nasty scenario there. And I'm not going to have time here, Steve. I was picking up where we left off Friday there. Your program ran an hour too short, so it left me hanging there, and I'm not going to start in with my last bit here. So we'll pick up early in tonight's program there, and we'll leave it at that. Maybe you can get somebody else to fire off here a quick one. Thanks.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. Yeah, he wants that front row seat in the overnight drive booth. Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Boebert's she's a wiry little thing, Might be quick with an uppercut. All right, real quick, we do have a couple minutes here. Shorty shared with me that customers are withdrawing money from banks to the tune of, $200 billion worth of deposits have been withdrawn from banking giant J.P. Morgan in the past year, as the bank deals with a long list of fines, losses, scandals. Their latest earnings presentation for second quarter of this year shows, excluding deposits from First Republic Bank, which they acquired last year, deposits were down year on year. It was $2.3 trillion now compared to $2.5 trillion a year ago. That's $200 billion less in cash in the bank. Now, this comes amid the release of a Gallup poll, which kind of echoed similar surveys to back in 2008, just before the great financial crisis, that found nearly half the American people are now concerned about the funds that they're keeping in banks and other financial institutions. After several recent high-profile bank failures, about half, again, of Americans are concerned about the safety of the money they have in the bank. That's right on par with the level of worry during that financial crisis in 2008, when financial institutions that we had believed for years were too big to fail. There's no way something that big could fail. But they did. In JP's earnings report, Jamie Dimon, the staunch critic of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, said that one potential risk that the bank was facing was that customers are burning away their cash buffers because of soaring inflation and higher interest rates. All right, we will close things out there on a Tuesday morning. Hey, have a great day out there. Safe travels, and hope you can join us here at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, and we'll do it again, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.